money is then used to pay the arrears. And because the money looks big, like 10 billion, then people don't remember that the CBA must be sustained going forward. So if there was a way of getting our unions negotiate at the beginning, when the issue of arrears does not arise, we negotiate the CBA at the beginning of the cycle or towards the end of by the CEO of SRC. And in 2010-2013, we implemented a CBA of 7.8 billion, and the 1.2 billion for pension was not provided. How does it happen? The unions put pressure, they go to the ministry, they put pressure there to the minister. Then we are told you negotiate, conclude the CBA, the money for the pension will be found later. The money has never come, almost 10 years down the line. So 1.2 billion is still outstanding, and that constitutes also what we are calling the pending bills the universities have accumulated. Then in 2013-2017, another CBA of 10 billion. I remember then we resisted signing the CBA without the pension money, when the unions put a lot of pressure again at the top. So we must sign the CBA, pension money will be found later, and the 10 billion, all of it go to basic salary and house allowance. And yet the letter we had received from the National Treasury, they said the 10 billion includes pension money being provided, and we still hope we will get the money one day and they settle the issue. When you look at the current CBA of 2017-2021, with 8.8 billion provided, and there is still controversy whether the CBA was to be implemented horizontal, in which case 8.8 billion is the money required. The case in the court, unions pushing for diagonal implementation, meaning twice the amount of money. But from the money to sustain the CBA going forward has not been provided. So the universities increased the salaries. By that 8th of June 2021, we had increased the university payroll by 8.8 billion for that CBA, and then there is no money which has been given to continue paying the enhanced salaries. And now comes the problem. Some universities are completely unable to pay the new salaries. Others are able to pay, maybe the horizontal. Others abandoned and reverted to the salaries before the CBA was implemented. We have a problem. We don't even know if we go to negotiate for the CBA, what will be the base salaries to use in the new CBA negotiations when every university is paying its own way because of inability to pay. And we strongly believe if there is no money to sustain the CBA going forward, in terms of making budgetary provision every year to pay for the increased salaries, then there is no need to increase the salaries in the first place, because the CBAs are the ones which are going to finish universities, where the salaries are increased, we pay the arrears, then now you are left alone to look for money to pay, and then the money is not there. And then you find a lot, if the universities were to be funded the way the law says, based on DUC, differentiated unit cost, then the universities would have been able to pay the new salaries going forward. When I look at we will present here, in 2020-2021, the universities were given 43 billion. But there was, if we were to be funded based on DUC, we were to get an additional 27 billion. That money would have been enough for the university to pay the CBA. When you look at the deficits over the years, by 2020-2021, we had accumulated deficits, not deficits. The ministry owed the universities about 68 billion if we are to be funded based on 80% of differentiated unit costs, and the universities would have been able to pay the CBAs. Even the so-called pending bills, if we are to get 80% of the DUC, we will be able to pay the pending bills even now, if that money was to be given in arrears. So those are some of the issues I can say on the experiences on CBA, and we strongly urge that going forward, In all these engagements, it must be clear from the SRC that when they are saying that the CBA is going to be about maybe 6 billion or something like that, the arrangements must be made to provide the money to support the CBAs going forward. If there is no money to do that, then there is no need at all of increasing the salaries. I'll rest my case there.
Thank you, Professor Muluvi, for that very elaborate presentation on the experiences of the CBA. He has dwelt a lot on the financial component of the CBA and the shortcomings that have rendered the CBAs unimplementable, so to speak. I'll now invite Professor Akenga to give her experience.
All protocol observed, good morning. Thank you, my sister. You've made my work lighter because you've introduced what CBAs are about. I just want to say that the CBAs really focus on the human resource. And the human resource is the most important resource you can have in an institution if you have to perform, if the institution has to achieve its mandate. And as universities, we faced a number of issues in terms of human resource. And mainly, it's related to financing and taking care of their welfare. The first issue is to do with the shortage of qualified personnel. We are all scrambling for limited trained PhD holders. We poach from each other based on our capability to pay. And as such, most of the universities find themselves in a difficult situation to retain top-notch staff, top-notch researchers. The other issue is to do with the staff development and training, leading to career progression. Again, this really impacts negatively, especially on the younger universities. And when I talk of younger universities, we know the ones that are, especially the ones that were chartered in 2013. Then the other issue is the lack of proper human resource instruments. All of us have received very conflicting communication, and I just wish to ask this CEO of SRC of how we handle such communications on human resource instruments. You receive one from PSC, you receive one from SCAC, you receive one from Head of Public Service, and you wonder how you're supposed to really implement such. But I'm glad the councils are here, that the last time, the last circular we received from PSC empowered the councils to use the human resource instruments that they have approved as we await for harmonization. Now, let's go to CBA itself. I think I was put on this topic because I belong on both sides. I once belonged to the group that agitated for the CBS, that is in 2003, and now I'm in management. I've had a very long experience on this matter, and it has been very challenging. I'm very glad the CEO of SRC, Madam Annie Gitau, made my work easier. She enumerated the challenges that are there. And I'm going to focus on the two that have overseen the implementation. And our chair of the Vice Chancellor's Committee has also given some ideas on that. What I'll say is that the two cycles that I've overseen has had challenges in terms of delayed implementation. The funds for the 2013-2017 CBA were dispersed in November 2017, at which the period for the same had elapsed. Now, when the auditors come to audit our books, they look at this and ask, where did this money come from, and why has it come late, and why have you placed it in this particular way? So we have a lot of explanations to make to the external auditor or the Auditor General's office on why we received such resources very late and why we paid the way we paid. And this delay has led to university and the staff not getting value for money. Because you know the shilling today, the value of the value, who has, with as a Vice Chancellor of University of Eldoret, and the resources came in, and the unions came knocking on my door saying that they need their money. And I asked, where is the formula? How am I going to release this money? And apparently there was no formula. Actually, that caused a lot of upheaval. And really we had to go back to the ministry. And it was found that the funding or the way that the resources were released was not really, I can use the current word that is being used, it's opaque. It was opaque. And the vice chancellors had to work day and night to put some light into that. And I'm happy it was sorted out. And no VC went home after the singing of the VCs must go. Now the next one is the 2017-2021, which our able chair has tackled. I must say, these funds were released long after the state made our lives as vice chancellors very difficult. We were forced by the unions to carry out an audit on how we used the union, because SRC directed us to do the horizontal implementation. All of us who are in the council and in management know the difference between horizontal and diagonal. We did horizontal, but the courts came in, the employment and relations, labor relations court came in and said it should be diagonal. And the funds released were not enough to implement the diagonal payment. And some of the universities were forced to look for resources. Some were even forced to go for what we call overdraft to the banks in order to, thank you, I'm being told I have 2 minutes, but my experience is too long, just to summarize it in 2 minutes. Because you need to be in it in order to understand. So some of the universities implemented. University of Eldoret had to struggle. We had a number of industrial actions, industrial what, and this consumed a lot of our time, and we had to look for extra resources to implement this. But of late, we were told the Attorney General got the stay order. Again, that stay order is being interpreted differently by each university. We don't even know how to interpret it, so that we retain the horizontal instead of the diagonal. Now, when it comes to the local CBAs, each university has got different capability. I was sitting with my colleague from MOST. He's able to implement the local CBA. For me, I've gone to SRC, and as the CEO said yesterday, they look at your financial standing and advise, are you able to? I was advised I'm not able to sustain whatever is being proposed in that local CBA. So there comes discrepancies depending on the capability of the university. And as Professor Muluvi said, can we harmonize this so that we go one way or the other. So that if we are public universities, let public universities be uniform, or if we decide to go the way other countries have gone, then let us go on the tenured way of recruiting staff depending on the resources they bring in. And we pay them based on those resources. Lastly, I would like just to advise that there's need to address the delays in initiating negotiations, both by the employer and the trade unions, so that there are no blame games, so that our core mandates are not affected. There's need for more engagement between the union leaders and the ministries and SRC. Actually, in 2013, SRC had not picked itself up. Then along the way, the commission's term expired, and it took long to put another commission in place. And that affected the whole process of negotiations and implementing of the CBAs. And lastly, there's need for more funding to universities in order to meet this issue of CBAs if we have decided to go that way. Because not all universities have got the same financial muscles as we were told yesterday, and as I've illustrated today using one of my neighbors in Western Kenya. And as I said yesterday, we have been urged to do resource mobilization. There's need for us to come up with various resource mobilization strategies. But however, do we come up with resource mobilization strategies to raise resources to pay personal emoluments, or to develop the university, or to take care of our stakeholder number one, who are our students, as we were told yesterday? Members, that's my submission. My experience has not been very comfortable, but all of us are managing. And the experience of other vice chancellors. I urge the principal secretary, who is here, to look at this matter seriously, and we escalate it to the government so that it is sorted out well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Professor Akenga, for that presentation. And you can begin to see it's all coming to the money factor. And at this juncture, I would like to invite Mr. Monari to give his presentation.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning again. It's like we are not charged up, but I'll go straight on to my presentation. But before I do that, good morning, PS, all the vice chancellors here today, chairmen of the councils, my fellow CEOs, and staff from the ministry who are with us today. I'm here to present lessons learned on CBA negotiations and challenges in realizing sustainable financing. We can go to the next slide. Maybe just go to the, I'll jump that, yes. What is the current status of university funding? As we are all aware, we are currently funding universities using the maximum differentiated unit cost. The government is expected to fund 80%, while universities and their households fund 20% through either their own resources or through loans by the Higher Education Loans Board. Out of that, we are currently, as a universities fund, we earmark 150 million to all university colleges and universities with less than 4,000 students. Number two, we also set aside 600 million for doctors' allowances from the funds that we receive. And we are also expected to fund CBAs, which has given us a gap of 27 billion as at the financial year 2021-2022, and I'll be able to give the figures as we proceed. The increase of the budget has not been in tandem with the increase of student numbers. And that is where we are urging, and through your intervention, PS, when I realize that negotiations go on without involvement of the university's fund, so that we can bring out these figures, it becomes a challenge in future for us to implement or to go to National Treasury to actually show that the funds that we received cannot be able to support universities. Because the negotiations are held, the university's fund is not involved, but later, and as you can hear, even from Professor Ndungu, she's asking for more money. When all these negotiations were happening, we were not involved to clearly show that students' numbers have increased so that the National Treasury can be able to provide for more funds. What happens is that the unions negotiate outside, giving actual facts that student numbers have increased and other factors have come in. So our humble request is that if there are any future negotiations, it may be important to include the university's fund so that we can be able to give the true picture of the status on the ground. The increase of budget has catered for CBAs and doctors' allowances only. And however, we have never attained the 80% requirement of funding through the DUC. The next slide. There you can see the deficit that we have. In the last financial year, we actually received for 3.8 billion. Average funding, together with the amount that includes the doctor's allowances and CBA, was 135,244 per student. This brought to the funding percentage to 49.1%, which is way below the 80%. However, how much was required? We required 70.8 billion Kenya shillings to fund students only in the last financial year. And you can see if we received these funds, then the universities will not be in the current status they are in. Next slide. I have broken that down in that slide, so I'll not go through it again. You can actually see the breakdown of all the funding that we receive. We receive 47.3 billion. 3.3 billion goes to private students in private universities, who are 78,443. And here you will notice that these students are funded at a rate of 20%, while the 56,188 students who receive 44 billion in public universities funded at 49%, which is way below the requirement. Next slide. You'll see the breakdown there of the figures that I've just given. And you can see the increase in numbers from the financial year 2018-2019. We had 218 students. In the last financial year, we had 324,102 students. However, I want to break it down further because this may be able to give you an illusion that there was an increase in funds, but it was not. If you go to the next slide, then you'll be able to see. From this slide, you'll see clearly that the number of students increased tremendously. However, if you remove the amount given specifically for CBAs, then you realize from the year 2019-2020, we were only left with 35.6 billion for DUC. In 2020-2021, we were left with 33.5 billion. The following year, it increased a bit to 35.4 billion. And this financial year, we only have 35.6 billion, which, if you remove the money that was put for CBAs in 2017-18, the bargaining period then you realize that there is no increment in the DUC. And we are actually seeing a decline. From that graph, you can see a decline in funding the average student per year, which is of great concern. And that's why I'm saying we need to be able, for us to rally the government, we need to bring out these figures, because we negotiate in a lacuna where these figures are not very clear. And that is a blessing that things will be good this year. So what does the differentiated unit cost entail? The parameters that are there is the staff cost, student-staff ratio, student numbers, cost of infrastructure and operations, student load types, and level of programs. The DUC model has enhanced transparency, accountability, equity in the funding of universities in Kenya. What challenges have we faced? Universities continue to have a deficit in the number of teaching staff in most of the programs, and Professor Kenga has actually said. So you now find universities are scrambling for the few personnel that are there. CBA is part of the recurrent expenditure, which is a key item in the budget of universities, but is not considered upon the first issuance. Because the CBAs grow, people are supposed to get annual increments, but this is not factored when you implement the CBA, and funds are not given in the subsequent years. The negotiation process has not been sensitive to the role of the employer, and I mentioned also the role of the university's fund. The cost center shifted from remuneration to student program, and this has not really hit the National Treasury, and therefore all costs, we are going to negotiate another CBA. How far are we with the previous, and how many universities have implemented? This brings a debt burden to the universities, and which is not sustainable going forward. What are we recommending? We are recommending that we fully fund the DUC at 80%, and this will enable us, ensure that the universities meet their the growing demand of CBAs. However, this should be accompanied by very clear illustration to the unions, because there is another problem that we may land into. Once you get the 80%, we may get a lot of pressure from unions that we are now fully funded and all the money should go into CBA, leaving universities naked in terms of infrastructure, in terms of other needs for the universities. So we need to come out clearly that even with the 80% that will be funded, the university needs to run other programs. So as we push for this, it is not only the CBA that the university pays. They have got other programs to run. So any increment to the sector should also factor other programs for the universities, because services and infrastructure must be improved. The other one, which will be important for the CBA, for the DUC, we require a university data management system so that we can give correct data. One of the key issues that we are facing when I discuss with people at the National Treasury is that they are not very sure of the numbers. They are not sure of the number of students, they are not sure of the number of staff. We want, and I want to urge you, some of these things, we went to South Africa the other day under the courtesy of the PS, and I know there's somebody who will come here. Universities there, if you go to the University of Pretoria, they have got data of even how many desks are there, how many staff members are there. We need to establish a database whereby we can be able to negotiate based on what is actually there, putting the correct picture on what is on the ground, what is supposed to be funded, what other areas are supposed to be supported in the university, so that when these funds come out or when we are negotiating, we are actually negotiating from a known fact that this is what we require as the university sector. Because what we negotiate is based on salary alone, and that is what the National Treasury takes and the other players. For sustainability, we also maybe think, and it was alluded to by Professor Akenga, do we take the CBAs to the individual universities if we cannot be able to all pay? That will be very unfortunate, but we may have to go that direction. We also need to empower university councils to negotiate and ensure full implementation of the CBAs, because university councils are not in charge of this and they are not fully involved. Progressively, we need to include other variables in the DUC, because DUC is not static. It is a living document and a living formula. And this includes postgraduate programs, special needs education funding, performance-based funding, and national priority programs. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for this opportunity. Thank you.
The moderator walked out briefly to address an urgent issue, and she requested me to hold brief for her. Now, we can invite questions. If there is a burning question, and then you direct the question to the person you want to answer the question. Yes, Professor Nduo, Professor there, the VC, Must, then the other 3 there. Those are 5. And then we close. Start with Professor Nduo.
Thank you. May I begin by acknowledging the presenters this morning. I want to respond to something that has been brought up by Mr. Monari. You have said that you fear that if the universities were to be funded at 80% DUC, then the unions might come around to say we want all that money. That should not happen, because you know the way DUC is designed, 60% of the DUC is accounted for by staff cost, and 40%, roughly 40% is accounted for by other costs, which in the DUC formula is called infrastructural costs. Yesterday, I think somebody, I've forgotten who that person was here, who was trying to point out to Madam Anne Gitau that actually it will be very difficult for universities to put staff cost at 35%. I've forgotten who that person was. It was, you were pointing at somebody. Who was it? Yes, Chair Muranga, thank you. That is true. The way DUC was done is 60-40 average. It varies actually by course. By the time you get to expensive programs like medicine, it is almost 50-50, because those are programs that require a lot of infrastructural input. And then by the time you get to courses that don't require that, it might even go to 80-20. But the average is about 60-40. So there should not be a problem. Secondly, I believe that if we would apply DUC properly, the questions of CBAs would sort themselves out automatically. They would be sorted out through the DUC, and we can discuss that in detail at another level. And I know with Monari we have discussed this extensively. So it is possible that this can be sorted out. The reason we have problems we have is because DUC is not being implemented the way it was meant to be implemented. Thank you.
We now take a question from Professor Shibairu. He's here.
There was a lady behind.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just start with the last comment by Monari. DUC is a living document. When something is living, I'm a biologist, it means it's increasing in the number of cells and the size. But now what you see with the DUC is actually going down. So it's a dying situation. My advice is that maybe we need a different approach. Like to have not necessarily to have a document which will standardize a DUC. We decide that if we are finding a student at a certain percentage, then when it comes to admitting students first year, the same percentage should remain per student. Say, for example, you have told us that you decreased, now it's currently 37. Could we reach a situation whereby, even if there's little money, stick on the percentages per student? Because it is so confusing. When you find this year, when I began as an acting VC, it was 69. And within 3 years, it has gone to actually 37. Meaning next year it may be in 20s. I did very good calculation and noticed that I needed 200 million more to pay staff. Meaning, if we go at this rate, most of us may not be able to pay our staff by the next year. So my advice is, can we advise government that we give a constant figure per student? And if we are unable to admit or support the new ones, then we stick on that figure, admit the students only, those that we can afford. Then number two, we mentioned about pending bills. The new government has just said that it will put a special emphasis on pending bills. So I was saying, if we use some wisdom and approach them, they are willing to listen to us. Thank you.
We now have Professor Gudu.
Thank you very much. I'm Samuel Gudu from Rongo University. I think as we implement the CBAs, I have seen quite a number of challenges. One is that salaries are being increased in the CBAs, and it looks like Treasury is not involved. And therefore, Treasury gives less than what has been approved. So the question is, where is Treasury when we are actually saying the salaries will go up by such a percent? Why would they go and pay less? Where would the difference come from? But the other thing I've also seen over the years is that the union walk to Treasury and they are given specific information. When they are in the Treasury, the management or councils are not there. The Treasury would talk to them and give them a specific quantity of money or whatever that is available. Then they come now to start negotiating with what has come from the Treasury. Or occasionally they have also walked to ministry, and they have got a different information from what management has. And now I'm surprised that even our colleague, Geoffrey Monari, also is not even in the team when salaries are being increased. So there is disjointed approach to the overall negotiation, salary increase and negotiation. And sometimes those unions have gone to SRC, and they come now because they have been told something completely different from what probably even the management know. So that disjointed approach, unless we work as a team, we will not be able to manage the unions, because the information they have got from Treasury, they don't want anything less of what they have had from Ministry, SRC, and also from Treasury. I think now it is high time that all the concerned parties come together and talk with the union as one. And they wouldn't go to Treasury and be told a different story from what they got from the Ministry or SRC and also management. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have the lady at the back. And then after her, Professor Rajab.
Morning. I'm from Kaimosi University, Kaimosi Friends University. We are a university that has recently been chartered from University College. My question is to UFB. What plans do you have for universities who have been recently chartered and they are budgeting? Because you used to support us with some special funds to build our capacity. So now what happens next?
Let's take the mic to Professor Rajab and then Professor Akama.
Thank you very much. I'm more concerned about the CBAs and the way we have been handling CBAs. And the reason I think I've been doing this for quite some time. Now, one challenge which has been shared with us about colleagues, the union, delaying negotiations up to towards the end of the cycle, and then suddenly they wake up and give us deadlines. Is the strategy they are using. And they have been doing it year in, year out. It's a strategy. They are catching us at a point where we cannot wiggle out. Now, as a team, we need to prepare ourselves to counter that strategy. And that should be one of our resolutions. I think our legal team can advise us, and I know it's happening elsewhere. Everything is time-bound. Negotiation time is time-bound. Expiry of that negotiation period is time-bound. If they miss the time, then the older CBA takes into effect. I think our legal team should look into this so that we lock the time, so that they negotiate within the first 1 year, and if they fail, then the older CBAs become enforced. Now the other issue, members, is the union and the activism in the union while they are still teaching there. It is becoming very difficult for us to manage the entire process of industrial unrest, where people come to their offices and they keep vuvuzelas in their offices, pull out vuvuzelas and come and blow them outside your office. Can our legal team also help us in this, and we make it part of the resolutions here, so that if you are a union member, you are forced to take unpaid leave and the union pays you, so that they can keep vuvuzelas elsewhere, just like NAT. It's a union for teachers, but they are not teaching when they serve in the union. These are things which we have talked about, but we have not found ways of implementing them. I think we should. And then the other one is the whole idea of industrial unrest and the way we as universities are handling them. I've noticed over the years that each year we are becoming weaker and the union are becoming smarter. Now the latest strategy which they are using is that they come to individual universities as a team. If they come to University of Eldoret as a team, then they close you down. Then you are closed. Then they come to Pwani now as a team and they close us down. On national issues, as universities, we should not allow ourselves to be divided. We should work as one unit. I thought we had IPU, CCF. So any issue dealing with the unions, we should direct it to one organ. We should not allow them to come to individual universities. If there is a way we can avoid that, the better. The other issue is the membership of the union itself. You find very junior staff, teaching assistants, tutorial fellows, as unions. Then they come shouting at you in your office there, and it really demeans you as Vice Chancellor. Really. We need to do something. It is possible for us to anchor on the legal front so that membership of the union should be people with PhD and above. It is possible. It can be done. Then we'll have a more serious union. Because currently we have characters there who I don't know whether they belong in the university in the first place. And then the other one is the issue of empowering our councils. I would like to shout at the top of my voice, I think we need to do that. I know we have IPU CCF, but we need to empower our councils when it comes to engaging the unions. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Rajab. Professor Akama, kindly make it short.
Thank you very much. And I also thank the presenters for their presentations. And also I appreciate our PS. He's been with us here since yesterday and is with us here today. And I think we don't take it for granted. Many of those issues, almost all of them are very tenable. The role of SRC in all these issues of CPAs and the issues of eliminations of university staff, I think there is a bit of, I don't know the word, opaqueness as far as SRC is concerned when it issues policy statements or guidelines concerning how CPAs should be implemented and also when advising Treasury on the amount of money to be paid in a given CPA. A good example is the 2017-2021 CPA. And I believe that the advice which was given by SRC to other stakeholders, Treasury, and even our ministry was really probably caused a lot of these confusions to the level that now we have got court cases with the unions. So SRC has got to engage proactively all the other stakeholders, particularly the university councils and the management, the unions, the ministry and Treasury. And then finally, this is now very specific. This concerns the whole issue of differentiated unit cost, what Monari has presented to us here, and is telling us that at the moment it is being funded at the rate of 49.51% instead of 8%. What Monari has not told us here, and I'm surprised that we are talking about that we don't know the numbers of students who are in public universities. That is very surprising, because that data can be acquired very easily through KUSUPS, and in fact regularly we do provide those kinds of data to various organs of the government. Now, when you look at the manner in which the universities were funded in terms of their capitation, to give an example, in the 2021-2022 financial year, and it is a table which, Monari, you originated from your office. When you averaged on that financial year, 2021-2022, averagely, how much a public university student is funded, just on average, the total amount of money given as capitation to all the 30-something plus university, and then the number of students, the average funding there in that year was around 134,000 shillings. But now, you went and then tabulated for each university. To give a good example, for Kisii University in that year, the average Kisii University was funded, when the money which Kisii University was given as capitation, divided by the number of students who were 12,084, a Kisii University student was being funded at the level of 97,545.86, way below the average funding per student of 134,000. Strangely enough, when you look deeper, you find that there are universities whose average funding, when the money given to those universities capitation divided by the students, was way beyond 170,000. So you find that Kisii University in that financial year, the table you have it, was funded minus negative $500 million. Then there were universities which were funded plus 700 million, plus 400 million. I mean, 400, it's even against, one of your mandate, which is basically clearly states of equitable distribution of the funds to all public universities. So, if a Kisii University, Madam Chair, a Kisii University student is funded around 97,000, and then another student in another university is funded at an average 170,000. Surely, are we being fair? Are we really doing our work?
Thank you, Professor Akama. We appreciate there was opaqueness there. And now we have Professor Kongo to finish this round of questions, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this presentation, which is quite informative. My question goes to Mr. Munali. And I'm talking on behalf of the young university. I come from the youngest university, University College. That is Mama Ngina University College. Now, when you say that we are going to fund, which I fully agree, based on the student number, we have also to realize some of these starting universities, student is so low. Student is so low. If it was further than that, then more university would never have been there. So what are we doing? Or what is the FAD doing to ensure that this young university, they are funded as their weight to attract enough student number?
Thank you very much, and I appreciate what I'm listening and hearing. I just wanted to make an addition on the issue of baby universities. My problem is not what Mama also admitted. For example, like last year, we had an underfunding of 600 students. They promised it will be looked into in the current budget of 2022-2023. But when the funding came, it was the same like for last year. I only got 345,000 shillings on top. Then, if you look at it in 2020-2021, we made a passionate appeal, and I really want to thank the ministry, and the ambassador is here. PS, thank you very much, that they think about what has just been raised by my colleague, that we still need to put in place the establishment of staff. And indeed, it was factored into our budget, also as young universities, particularly on matter of staff establishment, to be categorically put aside for us so that we can sustain staff. The question that I also have, if we look at the guidelines of the budgeting, it has also been made very clear, like now in Bomet, part-time was removed and it was put under operation and under administration. So, which means I cannot employ a part-timer. The staff establishment also recognizes if I have a graduate assistant or a tutorial fellow, they still hold the establishment of a professor, which means I cannot do staff establishment. And any university has to grow with staff establishment. Now I have to leave the tutorial fellows go. Because now I cannot have a tutorial fellow if I can have a senior lecturer. Just look at the mess in which we are in. Kindly maybe address some of these issues as it's coming up as a resolution, and we categorize in universities not for biasness, but just to understand how the DUC can be implemented. And I'm making one thing, like that also, since you are here, just guide us. What resolution 1 can we come up with that can also speak to all of us so that we know that this is going to serve us? Can we say DUC must be funded at 80%, or what do we say? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Nangulu. I'll allow Dr. Namasake, because she's a lady.
Thank you for the baptism. First, I'm not Namasake, I'm Masake.
Apologies.
Thank you very much. Sorry to harass you, but there are a few things that I still don't understand. First of all, to start with the CBA. How can you have 2 consecutive CBAs that do not take care of pension? I look at all of you, you work so hard. What about that day you retire and you find that the pension is not properly sorted out? I don't want to meet another professor of mine carrying a small container of, what do you call it? Anyway, let's let's leave it there. But honestly, let's take a stand that a CBA should not be given without pension being included. And that is important. Now, the second thing that also concerns me about the CBA, how is it distributed? Last time we had a problem. Now, we are supposed, universities are supposed to be the people who are very knowledgeable. Surely, can you help me to understand why a CBA would be unequally distributed? The third thing is, when SRC stands and talks to us, it's like everything is so glorious, working so well. Does SRC sit with the two ministries that are concerned to discuss some of these issues, because it is pertinent? Why should a VC spend more time thinking of money rather than this is supposed to be the development, I don't know, the think tank of our country. We cannot afford to lose universities at this stage when everybody else is moving forward. The one thing that I would like to be assured by the UC is that you are considering professional development for our staff. You can have staff, but if you don't offer professional development, there should be specific funding, not just going to conferences, but professional development for the staff, especially academic staff and finance staff that we have. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you very much. We bring it to a close now. I will allow Monari to respond and the colleagues as well to begin with. Okay.
Thank you very much for those questions. I will tackle some of them. I have another session in a few minutes, so we will continue having this discussion as we move forward. Let me start on the issue of why don't we fund at 80% based on the number of students, on the funding that is available by Professor. If we look at the numbers, just the absolute numbers from this year, 145,000 students got C+ and above. So it means you will leave out approximately about 100,000 students to pursue courses in the privately sponsored students. What does this mean? When this proposal was put in place, it was very clear that the government is pushing for 100% transition, and therefore they will not be able to support this proposal at that given time. Maybe it is now time that we have a discussion as a university sector, and it should be one of the resolutions that we should be able to think about as we are moving forward. Do we fund as per the available funds, and then we allow the rest pursue? There are also other discussions which we'll be discussing. Maybe we need to even think, do we only support the students who are financially challenged? If we say 145, we choose 46,000 of the ones who are financially challenged, using the model that helps users. That would be another way of looking at it. And then the ones who are not able to, who are not there but are able to pay, because if you look at the situation currently, we find high-class schools like Kabarak, Pioneer, Riara, and they make it to university. They were paying Strathmores of this world. They were paying fees per term of up to 200,000. They are the same students we are asking to pay 16,000 when they go to universities. And the same universities don't have facilities. So as a country, we need, this is a discussion that is not only based on just that number. We need to have this discussion further and see how do we support our university. If I'm able to pay, as Geoffrey Monari, my children, I can be able to pay, then can I be given that chance to be able to pay? But maybe with an incentive and saying maybe you can even choose the university you want your child to go to. It is a model that we need to discuss as university scholars and see how do we give a proposal that can be taken by government, because I know there are people who are taken to certain universities and they prefer others. However, and they are even willing to pay the government rates, but they don't get that chance and to remain as government-sponsored students. So it means we'll have three categories. We'll have privately sponsored students, government-sponsored students who are paying government rates, and then we can have fully sponsored students in the university who don't pay any money, and they are given loans by HELP. On the issue of pending bills, I think we were asked specific resolutions by through Professor. Maybe this should be one of the resolutions. It's just a proposal. How do we deal with the pending bills? The government has already proposed that they have about 500 billion. Maybe we need to think about how we can include this as one of the resolutions going forward. On the issue of the new universities and university colleges, as I presented earlier, each university that has got less than 4,000 students gets an affirmative action amount of 150 million until they attain more than 4,000 students. Once you get above 4,000 students, then we remove that affirmative action amount of 150 million. So it means, Mama Ngina, we are still talking about Kaimosi, we shall continue funding you until you attain even Bomet, until you attain the more than 4,000 students. However, there are two key issues here. We need to think, is the 150 million enough? Because when it was set about 5 years ago, that is one of the issues we need to look at. Is it enough? Do we need to add? Do we need to reduce? Number two, for how long can we support you so that you do not remain below 4,000 students and you are supported forever, saying you are a small university? So it needs, we need to have very clear parameters and maybe performance targets going forward, and we say we shall maybe support you only until this period of time so that you can pull yourself up and also have performance targets going forward. On the issue of data, yes, we have data from COOPS, but this data remains constant. And I think it's something that there's a team looking at it. I'll also discuss about it later. And it's only in Kenya where the same students are admitted and they move on until 4th, 5th year. No student, there is no attrition, no student repeats, no student does not report in the next semester. That is the concern I was bringing, that some of the figures that we get, which some universities, not all of them, some universities have constant figures that I admitted, for example, 5,000 students. These students have gone through first year, second year, third year. No student repeated, no student got sick, fourth year. I don't know whether that is true. And that is the concern we have. We need to have data that speaks to the current situation and we fund those students properly. It is a major concern. You will look at the figures which I'll be presenting later, and you'll also know that we need to ensure that we provide figures that are correct. On the issue of funding for Kisii University, and I know the other universities who may have the same concern, this year we actually corrected the situation and we sent the correct list, giving the average, and I know Kisii had suffered maybe because of historical facts. But this situation is being looked at. There are continuous consultations. I know the PS is really concerned about this, he's aware about it. And I just implore Professor Akama, give us a few, I know you are suffering, but the situation will be corrected as we move forward. And any university that thinks or believes that there are issues, let us work together. Because if we all bring the issues here now, one by one, I can see a hand there from Tomboya, he also has the same problem. But I know we are working on all these issues progressively so that we can resolve them. We may not reach Canaan in one day, but we shall eventually reach there, and we shall all be very satisfied with what we are doing. Historical issues are there, and we must appreciate that maybe there could have been some errors here and there, where some universities got maybe more funding here and there. But that is what we have corrected from this financial year. And the list was out. We are not hiding anything. We have said that this should be the amounts. And we are in negotiations to see how do we support. Because also if you remove, for example, 700 million from a university, then it may have a huge impact on that university. Why don't we support the ones who were below and add them more, they reach where they should be, and then we now start moving progressively. Those are the discussions we're having with the National Treasury, and I believe, and I know that we shall be able to resolve this. Let me not say much, because I will be able to discuss. I have another session with my other colleagues. On professional development, it's included in the DUC. It's only that we need to ensure the DUC is funded at 80%. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Munari. Professor Muluvi next.
I will comment on two issues. One of them is in delayed negotiations. In the current cycle, the SRC wrote a letter to us, and they said they will not increase salaries. There will be no money for CBA for the next 2 years, 2021, 2022, 2022, 2023, and they will only consider allocating money in 2024. When the union saw the letter, they walked away from the negotiations. We initiated negotiations in good time, but when they saw there will be no money for the next 2 years, money will be available in 2024, they walked away and decided to wait until 2024, then they can negotiate so that they don't sign on zero CBA. The other issue is on DUC. I think here, and we need to make a very strong recommendation. Mr. Munari might be allocating money to universities using a fraction of the DUC. But when the university budgets have remained constant over the years, the students have increased over the years. When the government is setting aside like 43 billion, does it take into account DUC, or we allocate money using DUC and the money is not being set aside using DUC? And that's why Professor Shifairo was saying that if you look at the
for them to check in every morning and check out in the evening, so that they can account for 40 hours a week. Initially they resisted, but eventually they accepted. So I've managed to record all the biometric data, and I've actually implemented the check-in, check-out, and for those who have not started it, it really helps. And then on the issue of administrative and non-teaching workload, in most of the institution, we have not had any problem in this. The challenges which we are having is a teaching load for the academic members of staff. Now, some universities are in court as we speak with UWASU, and others, I'm sure, they are heading there on issues which touch on staff workload. Now, colleagues, despite the fact that we compensate equally, we are compensated rather equally, universities load their staff differently. We get money from the ECA. And the formula here, it was shared with us by the CEO UFB, touches on number of students, the programs on offer, so on and so forth. But at the end of the day, the delivery of those programs are compensated differently because we load our staff differently. Now that is the prevailing circumstance at the moment. Also, public universities operate on a workload framework which is based on their local situation and historical background. Like ourselves in Pwani, we were at one point a college of KU. So what KU did is what we are doing. So we keep carrying over problems of the past into the present. Now the formula currently being used by many institutions are based really on estimation. A number of them observe a 3-unit workload per semester. That is 10 hours a week. Others are on 4 units per semester, and others are even more than 4 units per semester. While some, not very many, have adopted the full-time staff equivalent, that is FTSE, or a variation of this formula. Now the details of this will be shared with you by my colleague. Now it is important at this point, I think, to share with all of us that some universities have embedded staff workload as a negotiated item in their collective bargaining agreements. This is not good for us, but some of us have gone this direction. Now for universities on a 3-unit teaching workload per semester, the total load, and I'll be very fast, is distributed as follows. They teach 3 courses per semester, including postgraduate supervision. They are supposed to engage in research and proposal writing. They are supposed to engage in professional development, including consulting, professional courses, and also work with other professional organizations. And they are also expected to participate in administrative duties. Now, very briefly, the way this is distributed in terms of percentages, they're supposed to spend about 25% student-staff contact, direct contact with students. They're expected to prepare course and spend about 14 hours a week preparing, though we know they don't because they use yellow pages. Also, they're supposed to do research, which we also know many of them don't. And they're supposed to also undertake administrative duties. And we know, we are all VCs here. Many of them, when you give them tasks, they ask for honoraria. Now, where a member of staff teaches more than 3 units, that is more than 10 hours a week, such a member of staff in this framework will be eligible to be paid for extra hours taught. Now, some of the challenges which we are currently facing. Staff teach less than 10 hours a week in their respective departments, but teach as part-time lecturers both internally and externally. Staff also teach one unit, which is divided into several groups. They go in there, they divide them into groups because they say the rooms are too small, and then they claim for extra teaching. Now, some units, especially in health sciences, are assigned up to 95 hours instead of the standard 35 hours. So they say they'll only teach one unit, and that will be their full load for the whole semester. Now, staff also equate lecture hours with tutorial and practical hours. Then a staff also teaches 20 hours in one semester, claims to be paid extra 10 hours, and then the same staff teaches nothing in the second semester because there's no course for him. He has conspired somehow to bring all his courses in one semester. Now, this tells us that it's chaotic when it comes to staff teaching load. And there are so many loopholes which we have left open and is giving us problem. Now, the impact of this, we get misleading teaching staff shortfalls. Always we get this challenge that we have a shortfall in staff, but some of it is misleading. And then with an unrealistic large number of part-time staff in our universities. Now, this has given us challenges on our budget. For Pwani University, which is still a small institution, we spend about 30 million annually on part-time teaching. And I know the bigger institutions are busting their pockets on this. Also, we are noticing a negative impact of quality of content delivery because of a mismanaged staff teaching load. Now, so as to improve and remove discrepancies and realign their teaching load with the emerging environment, several universities made attempts to adjust their teaching loads, but they did it unscientifically. Unfortunately, these attempts precipitated several court cases between the concerned institutions and UWASU. The most recent one is the one with Multimedia University vice UWASU. This is the most recent, but there are very many. And there are some which are still on the pipeline. Now, the mitigations, colleagues, and I'll be very fast. We need, as universities, and we need to do it collectively, we need to adopt a more scientific basis of assigning teaching loads. And the one which I think we need to adopt is the full-time staff equivalent. I'll not go into details because my colleague will spend more time on this. It's quite complicated, but it can be made simple. This is not my colleague here. This is can you go to the next? Yeah. Now, ourselves in Pwani, we have tried to automate this so that when staff registers for the courses he or she will be offering, the FTSE is automatically determined. I picked an example of one school, the School of Pure and Applied Sciences, and we have 5 departments in that school. For the Department of Biological Sciences, by the time the staff have registered for the courses they are offering, the FTSE was 20. When you add all of them, so for the School of Pure and Applied Sciences in Pwani, according to the FTSE calculations, we need about 95 lecturers to teach. Now, if you do the way which we are currently doing, you will come up with over 100 members of staff which you'll need, and that those are additional costs which we can avoid if all of us come together and adopt one guideline for purposes of determining staff teaching loads. Now, the way forward. First, teaching load as a negotiated item in the CBAs should be expunged. So colleagues, this is very, very important. This is what is leading us to the courts, and we have been given lots of problem in the courts, and most of the ruling is that there has been no stakeholder involvement because we have made this a negotiated item ourselves. We should consider adopting a common workload framework, preferably the full-time staff equivalent, with modifications to handle large and small classes. And I can guarantee you, I think we have the resource with us amongst the VCs. This gentleman seated here is an authority in this. He is quoted actually in other places other than this country. He's published widely on the full-time staff equivalent, and it will be a pleasure to listen to him when he comes and shares with us this framework. Now, from the court rulings, colleagues, on teaching law, we need to develop a common framework as universities to manage future litigations. Because all of the rulings are talking about stakeholder involvement, all of them, and that's how we lose. So we need to learn from those and prepare ourselves moving forward. The Q recommended minimum total number of units be observed as much as possible. Q has a certain number of units which are required. I think it's 52, if I'm not wrong, or 56. Now colleagues in departments, deans, keep adding more units. This is very important, very important. Before long, you are offering 80 units to these first years instead of the 52. And you hire part-time lecturers to teach a load of 30 units. And then we all say we lack members of teaching staff, and we are falling short when it comes to budgetary issues, and it all touches on teaching load. And then finally, colleagues, we need to implement biometric registration of all staff and enforce staff check-in, check-out using biometric readers. The reason I'm saying this is what is perpetuating part-time teaching. We are giving them a lot of free time, so they are traveling everywhere in the Republic, keeping universities busy by part-time teaching, which in my opinion is largely unnecessary. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I rest my case at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Rajab. Professor Adu, if you are ready, please take the podium.
Thank you very much, Professor Ndungu. Colleagues, peers, ladies and gentlemen, we had agreed between us and Mohammed Rajab that he will make that part of the presentation, which is really giving the background of why, as Vice Chancellors, we were concerned that we should say something about this. And myself, I would add on some of the technical aspects of how we could achieve some of the proposals being made. The question of staff workload in our universities is not a new thing, although just now it has really come to the fore. I'm sure many of you already read this week, on Monday, no, last week, in the Business Daily, I think it was this week, where it is reported that, you can just go to the beginning. First of all, I'm still just making some introductory remarks, that staff are concerned about burnout in Kenyan universities. And this has also received reportage in some international media as well. So it is a serious thing that we need to deal with. And of course, has been said by Mohammed Rajab, matters are in court. The question of workload already came to the fore in our universities at the beginning of the 90s. And Professor Wandiga yesterday mentioned something about UIP. That was called University Investment Program, which was supported by World Bank, He was the coordinator of it, and he was also DVC and F at University of Nairobi. One of the issues raised under UIP was, how do universities in Kenya determine workload? And Professor Wandiga started this effort at the University of Nairobi, whereby he set up a committee, worked out on what was called FTAC. That is the beginning of the FTAC, to the best of my knowledge. And the findings were brought to University Senate. I was one of the junior chairs of departments at that time, and the findings were not quite accepted by Senate. They became controversial. We were very unhappy about the results. I was one of those who were very unhappy about the results. So I took it up with Professor Wandiga and suggested to him that I thought we could take a go again at the calculations. He was gracious to have allowed me to work on the problem, gave me 2 assistants, and we collected data for all the departments in the university, did all the calculations, which were literally done by myself. First of all, I had to devise a formula because the problem turned out to have been the original formula they were using. And after 1 year, I think in the academic year 1993-94, the university management at University of Nairobi was able to adopt our results. We produced a report this thick that time. And this attracted interest of other universities. I know Fred Onyango went with it to JKUArt. Professor Munavu went with it to Moi University. Japhet Kipton invited me to make a presentation at Egerton. Egerton adopted it at that time. And when Fred Onyango went to Maseno, he continued with the same. That was what was called a full-time staff equivalent. For all the time I was at the University of Nairobi, it is what we use to determine staff loading and staff allocation in the university. I don't know what exactly they do now because I've not been there for some time now, as many of you will know. Today in Kenya, I checked, it is possible that many of our universities have staff workload policies. But I was only able to find for 2 institutions in Kenya. Egerton University, and I'm sure, Isaac, you are aware of this document. I was able to download this. This is a staff workload policy for Egerton University. Then I got one for Kenya Medical Training College. And I think those are the 2 I was able to put my fingers on. And so I have an idea about what they're saying. Now, what I'm going to discuss is largely how we can therefore use the FTAC to help us in coming up with staff workload. You can go into the next slide then. I'm trying to follow up with mine here. Now, the beginning is that we have 1 year, 52 weeks. And this is what many people who do staff workload start from, including Egerton. They work out how many days there are for leave, public holidays, and then you work out how many weeks should be available for us to work. And in this case, it comes to 45 weeks. Which for us at TUK is also what we use. Incidentally, we also have a policy. It is just that it is not online. And I have copies of our own document here, which explains how we use FTAC. And those of you who will be interested, you can get a copy from the counter. I made some photocopies for us. Now, if we have 45 weeks and we are doing 40 hours, that means 1,800 hours of work in a year. Now, some of the examples are Egerton says they work for 43 weeks. There is a way in which they have calculated holidays and leave. I've taken the example of University of Rwanda, which is 44 weeks. Kenya Medical Training College, 46.7 weeks. Rwanda Polytechnic is 44, and ourselves we are 45. And you can see how this converts itself into actual hours. Next. Now, many universities in the world, what I was able to find out, for an ordinary lecturer in the university who is involved in teaching and research, they will give 40% of the time to go to teaching, 40% of the time to go to research, 10% to go to community, and 10% to go to administration. In the case of Egerton, incidentally, this is distributed as 70% teaching, 20% research, and 10% administration and service. The same goes for Kenya Medical Training College. You will see that there is usually a variation on whether you can use 70% or 40%. But most universities do this. The University of Rwanda uses 45, 45, 5, and 5. Next. Now, if we are going to do 40% of teaching in 45 weeks, this will come to 16 hours per week. So if you're doing 45 weeks, if you distribute yourself into 4 terms. Most of us, you do the semester system, which is now 15, and probably it will be 9. You can also work with that. In my own university, and I'm going to try to give examples related a little more to my university, where we now run the term system, and we have 3 terms of 12, 12, 12, and then there's a 4th term of 9. Or you can do 45 weeks of 3 terms at 15, 15, 15. Now, let us say we're doing 45 weeks at 12, 12, 12, 9. Then you see in term 1 on the average, term 1, term 2, term 3, a lecturer is going to be required to do 192 hours. I'm just going to concentrate on the teaching part because the research part is easy to work with in terms of the hours. So my presentation is going to focus largely on the 40%, for example, of the teaching. And then in term 4, you have 144 hours, which comes to 720 hours. Now, contact time for a teacher is, teaching time is made up of 2 parts. There is the part which is contact time and non-contact time. Most universities, on the average, will say that you divide this time at 50-50. So half of the teaching time goes to contact, half of the teaching time goes to non-contact. A lot of this comes out as a result of experience. So this, I imagine many of those universities have calibrated that you need 50-50. So this is why I'm saying contact time is half of teaching on the average. And if we are talking about 16 hours per week, then this becomes 8 hours per week or 360 hours per year. And the same will go on for non-contact time. Now, the student workload is important in this. It is important that we know how much time the student themselves require to take as a workload. There is such a thing as European Credit Transfer System. This has helped the world, and I think it is the most widely adopted structure for determining student workload. This was created by Europeans, I think around 2010 or so, when the Bologna process came into effect. And they say that on the average, an undergraduate student requires 1,800 hours of work in a year. Now, this 1,800 hours includes all the time the student requires to study. It includes contact time, it includes examination, it includes library, it includes private study, etc. So, but how much time should go for student contact? This varies from university to university, but my own research indicates that it lies at roughly around 40%. There are some universities, especially in the developed world, where a lot of technology is being used. This can go down to as much as 30%. Even some universities talk about 25% because of use of technology. But ourselves at TUK, we have adopted 40% as the time that the student needs for contact. And you will see, if you can calibrate this with our universities, 720 hours per year. If you look at if you consider that a unit course in our university system is somewhere between 45 to 50 hours, then you compare with the number of units that a student carries in a year, you will find that 40% is roughly just there. And then that leaves 60% for non-contact for the student. Now, this formula is the formula we adopted at the University of Nairobi at that time, in 1992-93. And we didn't have any formula of this type that had been adopted before, so it was very original at the time it was created. The only reason we think it works is because it has worked for us for that long. So this is a formula that Mohammed Rajab had indicated there. And basically what it means is that we have FTSC, the staff workload, then S is the student numbers, H is the hours of contact for the class, S is student-staff ratio. The student-staff ratio is important because various courses in the university system have different student-staff ratios. Usually, the highest student-staff ratios are found in the medical disciplines, which can go as low as 6. And when we started at the University of Nairobi, I think we tried to use 6. We found out that it was turning out to give very large numbers of staff, but it would range between 6 and 12. And this gives you an idea about the weight of teaching that goes into that particular program. And then K is nominal contact hours for a student per year. This is the 720 we have had there. And then T is the nominal contact hours for a member of staff. That is, we need to know on the average, this is the 360 hours we were talking about. And when we do that, the formula now looks like this. For those of us who are mathematically inclined, you can see the 720, that is the nominal time that a student needs for contact in a year. 360, remember, is 720 divided by 2, because 720 is a 40% for contact, and in that contact, 50% of the contact is, 50% of the teaching is what is actual contact. So that is how we have 360. Now, this is just an example. If you are teaching 8 hours per week, you have 36 students, you have a student-staff ratio of 18, like in my university, the average student-staff ratio is 18 for our subjects, then you find that the loading is going to be 1 out of 45. In other words, a member of staff who is dealing with these parameters, in 1 week, they will be doing 1/45 of their work. Now remember, this fits in well with our original thinking that you have 45 weeks of work in a year. So every week, you would be doing 1/45 of that for this kind of parameter. This is an example. Of course, this will vary, as said, particularly according to R. Now, if H is equal to 8, that is, you have 8 hours, you can do something else. This is just to help us work out the number of students in the class. This is very interesting because this formula depends or gives you an indication of the load based on the students you have in class and the hours you are teaching. So with this, it tells you that if you know student-staff ratio, you can determine the number of students you need in your class using a simple relationship like that. Now, contact versus non-contact. Now, you can work out something else. The average class, which is the example I've been giving, but then there are classes which are small and there are classes which are large. At TUK, we have taken this position. A lecturer, if we consider that we were teaching for, say, 8 weeks, there is a reason for that. We say that if you take that you have 40 hours in a week to work, so far we have been working on the assumption that 60% of that 40 hours is what goes to teaching for the lecturer, leaving 40% to go for research and other activities. That will vary from university to university, but just take this as an example. And then we have said a lecturer should never be in class for more than 18 hours in a week, and a lecturer should never be in class for less than 6 hours in a week. How do you get to class for 6 hours in a week? Because you have a large class. So those people who have large classes, the largest classes we are saying should go to 6 hours. The smallest classes should go to 18 hours. But then we have said the total teaching time should be 24. So what happens to the balance? The balance works like this. If I have a large class, the largest class, and I'm doing 18 hours, I have 6 hours left to do my marking and other things. Remember, I have a small class, so my marking becomes small. If I'm doing a big class, I appear 6 hours in a week. That leaves me 18 hours to do my marking. If I'm doing an average size class, it will be 12 and 12. This is what is shown here. Of course, the example here is for 4, 8, 12. The reason is we are considering that you are teaching for exactly 12 weeks. This has changed a little, but so if you have an average class, for this example, you will do 8 hours and 8 hours. For a large class, you will do 12 and 4. For a small class, you will do 4 and 12. And each one of us will always be doing 16, 16, 16. There is a way in which you can determine the largest class size and the smallest class size. That is a bit more detailed, and I don't want to get into that, but those who are interested, we can discuss and show you how this has worked. So I'm saying it can be shown that the smallest class size will also always be obtained for the highest contact time, since the larger the class size, the smaller the number, number of hours needed to obtain the requisite workload. Then we go on to the next level. Many universities classify lecturers into various categories. This, I think, we don't do. Even ourselves at TUK, we have not done that. We simply said, every lecturer, 60% of your time is in class, 30% of your time is research, 10% of your time is service. But I have, if you check what many universities are doing worldwide, you'll find that they classify staff. There are those people who are largely teaching. There are those people who are largely research. And then there are those people who combine both. I have tried to give here 5 categories. There is a group that is teaching only. I am thinking that in our universities, this would be like an assistant lecturer. Because there are people in the university, no matter what you try, they're never going to be research scholars, but they can teach for you. They can do basic teaching. And what we are doing now, we are assuming, for example, I've given my university 60, 30, 10. We are assuming that everybody is doing research at 30%, and therefore we allow them to teach at 60%, when in fact, they are not doing that research. And you are allocating them time on the basis of 60%. So these people have 40% or 30% at which they are doing nothing. So if you do this classification, you are going to see what happens in terms of the hours. Then there are those ones who are teaching intensive. I think this should be, here you can have some assistant lecturers, and some senior lecturers, because there are some senior lecturers, once they become senior lecturers, their world is made. So they are no longer interested in so much research, and no matter how you try, they will never get promoted to become professor because they stopped doing research. And yet we are treating them as if they are doing research, which they are not doing. Then teaching research, this is a standard person. This is a lecturer, senior lecturer, and associate professor. Research intensive, here I would have associate professor and full professor, and research only, I would have research professors. Now, if you do that, this is one example, which we have not implemented this ourselves, and I am playing around with these figures to see which works best, because many universities have different proposals for this. But this is the kind of proposal I was able to establish with many of the universities. In most of Commonwealth Advanced, that is UK, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand, the average lecturer, which is in red, is doing 40% teaching, 40% research, 10% community, 10% administration. And then they have distributions of roughly of what I've shown here. Those who are teaching only would do 80% of their time in teaching, no research, 10% community, and 10% administration. Those who are teaching intensive will be 60% teaching and 20% research. And those are research intensive will be 20% teaching and 60% research. And then finally, research only will be 80%. Now, you can vary this a little. For example, I am myself thinking that we could look at this to argue, for example, why should somebody be in the university and they're doing zero research? So you might say that those who are teaching only can still be given some percentage to do teaching. Maybe you put in 10% or something to that effect. That's one. Two, there is another thing that is not included here, especially in the universities in the West, which would be important for us. And that is how we raise money from our lecturers through consultancy. If community engagement is 10%, there will not be much time left for consultancy for our lecturers. So I would consider that that column would be advanced a little, maybe to 20%, so that we make it a responsibility for every lecturer to raise some money through consultancy. And I know the University of Dar es Salaam does this. There is provision for consultancy. But this is just an example. Now, if you do it that way, you see what happens, what the workload looks like in a year. And then workload per week, and then teaching workload per week for contact for various class sizes. So those who have small class size will be doing, say, 24 hours if you are teaching only. Average class size 16 hours. Large class size 8. This is something we can discuss, and we agree on how these figures look like. And I think this is what Mohammed Rajab was alluding to. And again, if you are looking at 8 teaching weeks, I give example of 8 teaching weeks with respect to ourselves. At our university, what we do, we change to a term system, so we have 12 weeks every term, and we have 3 terms. And in those 12 weeks, we teach 8 weeks, and we have 4 weeks during which in 2 weeks students do tests, one set of tests in the middle, and another set of tests at the end, 1 week each, revision and tests, and finally 2 weeks for examination. That is why I have examples of 8 weeks. So this can be modified very well to take care of yourselves depending on the weeks you are working. And this is contact hours, total contact hours. And look at this, unit courses. And I just want us to concentrate on what is called TR. Teaching research. This is a normal lecturer. We are able to demonstrate here that for an average class, you do 2 unit courses per term. In our case, remember, we have 3 terms of teaching, so this comes to 6. Those universities that do semesters, 2 semesters, this will most likely come to 3. It will be 3 units per term. Here it is 2 units per term. So by the time you finish the year, the lecturer has done 6 units per term. That is a person carrying average class size. Those who are carrying large classes will be 1 unit per term. Those who are carrying small classes will be 3 units per term. And this has been worked for various category of staff. Then this is just to give you an idea about student numbers if you know the student staff ratios. And now look at this again. If you have a student staff ratio of 18, the average class size comes to 36. The largest class size comes to 108 for an average lecturer. And the smallest class size comes to 12. Now, these class sizes become useful to us so that we can determine whether we indeed have a quorum for that particular course. And as said, it depends on the student staff ratio. Because this is a question that is always asked. How do I know that this class has a quorum, I can teach it? How do I know that this class is large? So that you can be able to classify how you load your lecturers. Now, this one is now telling you, because you can never say, you are not always going to have 36 students to have the average. This one gives you a range. So again, if you look at the TR, it tells you the average is 36 students, but this will range to a maximum of 54 and a minimum of 18. So the moment you have a class between 18 and 54 for student staff ratio of 18, you can say this is an average class size for a normal lecturer. For that person who is teaching only, you can see that the class sizes are reduced. They are reduced because this person has to do, Mary Ndungu wants me to stop in 4 minutes, I'll manage. You will see that this person needs only between 9 and 27 students. The reason is, if you go back, you will find they are doing very heavy hours. So as you do more hours, you also need fewer students, because otherwise you're going to go beyond the range of time allocated, because you have to teach and then you have to mark. And the highest number of students, according to this, would be 324 students, because the largest class will range from 108 to 324 for those people who are research intensive. And remember, that person who is research intensive, we establish for this case that they only teach probably 1 hour a week or something like that. Now, this graph, I don't know whether it shows well. This graph shows you how the various student numbers look like. The very yellow one at the top is research intensive. And you can see the first uniform gradient, that is for the smallest class. Then we have the next middle class, and then finally we have large classes. And this varies for all the 5 categories. The line which is at the bottom, that is what we have got for research intensive person who is doing 0 work. And then this is an important thing. I think it came in a discussion somewhere where it is being said that in the university system, we have too many people who are doing non-academic work, and we are paying them a lot of money. We did DUC, and that is coming later. In DUC, we actually have got interstaffing ratios. The DUC is based on certain ratios between a lecturer and an administrator and so forth. And these are the ratios. It says top management and professional staff. And professional staff are people in grade 11 to grade 15. We call them professional staff. If you put that together with top management, vice chancellors, etc., those should account for only 1 out of 15 of staff in the university. Academic staff 6 out of 15, which is 40% of all the staff in the university. Technical staff, 4 out of 15. Administrative staff, these are the ones we used to call middle grades. This is grade 5 to grade 10. We are saying they should be 2 out of 15, which is 13 and a third percent. General staff, 2 out of 15. So if you do a summary, you see what happens. For students who deal with, for staff who deal with students directly, these are 2 categories. These are the lecturer, who is 6 out of 15, the technical staff, who is 4 out of 15, they are responsible for 10 out of 15. That is 2/3. And the minister has always told us that he wants to see that 70% of our staff are responsible for the student. This is how it works out. It is just that it is 66.667, so they round it up to 70%. So we are already there. That is DUC is doing. How we recruit staff, that is another story. But you can see that 2/3 of our staff are dealing with students directly. We are left with 1/3 of the staff to do administration for the university. So, we need policies on staff workload. We need policies on student workload. We need to clearly set out student-staff ratios. Commission for University Education. Talking about student-staff ratios. As long as we don't have properly established student-staff ratios that we adhere to in our university system, first, we are never going to be able to establish the workload. 2, we are never going to be able to establish exactly how many staff we should have in the university. And my view is when the Commission for University comes to inspect us, if I were the commission, this is where I would start from. Why? Because the commission is not doing this very strictly. This is what is happening with us in the university system. We are admitting students into universities that are not commensurate with the staff we have. And this is passing. So, what does that mean? It means the students, either the student is being shortchanged or the lecturer is overworked. We had one case a few years ago, colleagues, you will remember, when I presented to you, when I was chairman of VC's committee, I presented to you student-staff ratios that were obtaining in our universities then. And one of our universities had a student-staff ratio of 1 to 70. 1 to 70. In other words, 70 lecturers, 70 students to 1 lecturer. You know, even in ECD that doesn't happen. But we have it. So the consequence is, either if the lecturers are indeed teaching the courses they're supposed to teach, they're overloaded. Alternatively, the students are being shortchanged. But if the commission was strict about this, this would not happen, because what will happen when I have 7,000 students and I have only 100 lecturers and I present this to COOPS, the commission will tell me that you cannot admit these students because you have only 100 lecturers. How are you going to teach 7,000 students with 100 lecturers? And that is happening with us to some extent. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you, Professor Aduol, for that very elaborate presentation. Lots of numbers and computations. We'll allow 3 burning questions. Professor Agong, then Professor Chacha, and the good gentleman behind you. Those are 3. Let's see how those 3 go. Professor Agong.
Thank you so much, Madam. Full and fidel to the cause for which they are engaged. If I punch in my biometric as a lecturer, say at 8 o'clock or even 7 o'clock in the morning, and by maybe 5:30 or 6, I'm out of that station, and I've done nothing within the course, the duration I'm in that university, I would have not served the purpose for which I'm engaged. The professor of a university is fundamentally the one who owns the knowledge, the intellectual prowess that goes into the imparting this knowledge to the students. And in most cases, the design, the arrangement to get the best of your teaching into the student is usually very interactive in other places elsewhere. What is it that we could learn other than probably what we have been taken through to improve, especially with the changing dynamics, where digital space is almost commanding that we must change our habits, the way we do things, even the ratios we are talking about. Some students may want to learn at night. They may want to learn when they are not even in a classroom setting. So is there something different we could do differently? I stop and rest my case.
Thank you very much, Madam Prof. I think the presentations underscore one fact, that we have what it takes to do things right. And I think the elephant in the room is why we have not been able to do things right. But there was a question. We can actually regulate. We can determine the number. But how do universities recruit? Some universities just recruit without reference to any of these elaborate statistical formulas. And that is where the danger is. Then we find ourselves with more people in some sections, some people who are recruited without knowing exactly what they will do. We need to be very careful. I am really wondering how we got to the level of these lecturers counting hours. I thought teaching in a university was a calling, and if you're taking a class of very many students, you don't have to go to the vice chancellor to demand extra money as a part-timer. So there is what we call hardware and software. And I think we needed to focus on how to determine people we are recruiting, to nurture them, and put them as owners of the university, so that we don't mechanically oppress us up here and demanding money. Money seems to be driving every aspect of what we are undertaking in the university. So the last point I would like to mention is that during this conversation, let's focus on this, because Francis, we have talked about this for ages, and I think some of these things, they undermine our capacity to even start thinking. And I'm wondering how you even have that capacity to continue talking about some things you used to talk about 30 or 20 years ago. I think it's important for us to say, if this thing is good, if this formula, for example, is good, let us adopt it and apply it and use it and manage our resources well, so that at the end of the day, the purpose is to serve the students, but at the same time, to appreciate the fact that we operate within an economic purview that has so many other interested parties, and we can't have elastic supply of money. So whether we go to the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Education, it will be difficult. Thank you very much. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Francis. Thank you very much. I think you have done a very commendable job. The first thing I'm wondering is whether you have imagined to publish some of this nice data you've done, because in academic among scholars, somebody can quickly take it. But I think, I know that you are smart, you must have thought about it, or alternatively, become a guest reviewer for a particular journal and collect people who have done similar work and get that published. Because if it is published, it becomes an authoritative information which can be used by any institution in the world. Then my other point is that I'm wondering whether you may need to consider using a correction factor. The scholars spend some time, university scholars, in proposal writing. I don't know whether it is captured under intensive proposal writing, may take a lot of time. Then university scholars also spend a lot of time doing what we call review of scholarly papers, because we take time to review journal articles, so that goes into within the scientific domain. So you may need to capture that. So we may need a correction factor within your formula at one point. There is also the typical university lecturer who has that contact time, not only teaching undergrad, because I think a lot of your formula is derived from the undergrad teaching. When you're teaching masters and PhD students, there's a lot of contact. And you take like about 2 hours going through his thesis, and that is not factored. In fact, even if sometimes when university vice chancellors give staff, I used to have a problem when I was a chairman a long time ago, those staff who were not busy in research, they think that teaching is enough. Yet the other colleague is busy with the 2 students and spending a lot of time. And so then there's also this other component of that busy student, university professor, examining thesis. He has about 2 or 3 students to examine one thesis or thesis from other universities and review from other universities, which is a calling for university scholars. So in my view, you may need somewhere to plug in a correction factor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll allow Professor Odhiambo and Professor Mushiri.
Thank you
As
very
a
much.
bonus,
Thank you
Professor
very much, Professor Rajab and Edwal. That formula L stands for the number of teaching staff, the lecturers you want to teach a particular unit, L. And when you get in, you find you have a H/2, then bracket S. And that's a problem. S is the number of students that you have. The bigger it is, you know it, it's going to be very sensitive. And that's why if the student numbers are very big, then perhaps you get a lecturer only teaching 1 unit the whole year. And our employer, the council, is here. Is that cost effective? My suggestion, because I tried this in Jomo Kenyatta, sorry, VC Jomo Kenyatta, Professor Ngumi, my friend, and we did this with Fred for almost, I think, 5 years. This formula is very good in evolving the establishment for a department. You create a department, and the employer want to know how many staff do you require, their deal number of staff. That you'll do, and you'll tell them the number is this. But now when it comes to implementing now, then there's a problem, and that's where I was coming to you, Professor Duol. That S, and I think this gentleman has said that we need to consider some maybe weighted parameter, like a medium. In statistics, medium is very robust, or a weighted student size for all the units that you have. In that case, the number of units that a staff is going to teach when the student numbers is small or the student numbers is very high, you'll find how to do that. And I think if we can do that, it really works. So those are the 2 comments I wanted to do. I've tried to do this for a long time, but when it comes to now implementation, I had staff in Jomo Kenyatta that could only teach 1. There was a course I like teaching to first years called Maths for Sciences. And you could have 200 and 300. Once you teach it, you disappear the whole year, and your employer is paying salary, and it's not very good. Thank you very much.
Professor Mushiri. No, there. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. And I want to thank the two colleagues for this very important subject, because Karatina University is one of those that are in court with UWASU. I was a bit concerned, and Professor Agong has raised this about the biometric clocking in and clocking out. Sounds a really good approach, but I don't know whether it's good for academics. Because then you are closing them in, and they are not able to go out and look for information. They would have to explain at times when they have gone out to collaborate with colleagues elsewhere. For example, professors in agriculture want to go to Calro, want to go to the field. You want to make them account for those times they have not come in to clock in and clock out. Now, secondly, to COVID, we've started teaching online, what we are calling blended learning. Okay? Now, some lecturers want to sit in their homes. You can't imagine at times I prefer to chair meetings when they are virtual from my house, because my internet is more stable from my house than at the university, where the Chinese are building that highway and cutting those cables. And at times we are left not doing very well in terms of internet connectivity. So I would want to hear your comment, my brother Mohammed Rajab, about checking in and checking out, clocking out, and so on, because we are using Moodle and is helping to handle the bigger classes. Now, the FTSC, that has challenges when you are looking at certain programs that require field courses, like natural resources, agriculture. How do you fit in those? Yeah, I know you can do theory teaching and laboratory work, but now when you, for us who are at the mountain, bring our students of marine ecology to the sea for a whole week, how do you put in that? Students of agriculture have a challenge when they have to be supervised, growing crops and so on and so forth. I could say more, but I think I shouldn't take too long. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Professor Ngumi last. Make it short and sweet, maybe.
Thank you very much, Chair Lady, for the opportunity. I want to thank the two panelists for their very informative presentations. My question is for Professor Adol, and it's very short, and it's to do with contact hours. And my question is based on the fact that we are now moving towards digitization. I think that's where everybody is moving towards now. Because of the pandemic, we were actually moved into it very fast. We started teaching online, and now we are saying we are teaching blended. I'm just wondering, in your document, when you say contact hours, does this cater for these people who are teaching blended and those who are teaching online? I'm also a little bit concerned, and also distance learning, because we have again lecturers who are teaching students who are all over the world, big classes. So how do we cater for that? Number two, and my last question is, maybe to all of us, should we be concerned about how many hours our lecturers should teach online? So that if I have a lecturer who is in a certain part of Kenya, but he has a unit, and he says, I don't have to be in the university, I can teach online the whole semester. He never really meets his students, but he teaches, and he comes to examine. Should we be concerned? Should we define how many hours a lecturer can actually be away from his students. Just a matter of concern. Otherwise, thank you very much.
Let me start off because I think mine are very few. The first one is on the issue and the experiences we have gone through on this animal called biometric check-in, check-out. It's very interesting because the questions coming from my colleagues, the VCs, are the same questions the union were raising. In fact, there was a delegation of, in fact, I was feeling like I was with unions here. Yes, it's interesting. Those are the same questions. One is teaching is a calling. We should not ask professors to check in and check out. And even if we check in the morning, we can sit in the office, drink tea the whole day, and check out in the evening. That's what they are saying. But when I did it, and it was not easy, because they almost took me to court, because they were saying there's issues of data protection and things like that. But I eventually managed to record the biometric data of all of them, and they are checking in, check out. So what I did the first time, when I analyzed the data, I realized there are staff members who never checked in even once or checked out once. In short, the whole month, you have a staff member who's not on campus. Absolutely not on campus. The whole month. And then when I called the person, the response was what my good colleague, Professor Ngumi, shared with us. The gentleman told me I teach online. And this person was actually teaching from South Africa because he traveled to South Africa for 2 months and he was not on campus and he was on a payroll. Yet the students are on campus. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, let us operate one system. If we are an online university, we do it online. If we are supposed to teach face-to-face, we have to teach face-to-face, at least a certain fraction of face-to-face. We cannot be a monkey and a cat at the same time. Now, on this business of biometric, what I've done to cater for staff who are in in areas which require field trips and things like that, I've just done 7 days. You just have to check in 7 days a week. And each month I catch 20 or 30 members of staff who don't report even 1 day on campus. So I can assure you, my colleagues, vice chancellors, many of your staff don't even come to your university. They don't interact with students who are sitting on campus. They are busy at home sending lectures via email, and you are paying them and paying their medical cover and spending a lot of money. And then we are crying that we don't have money. These guys are earning for not doing anything, I can assure you. So check in, check out. It's not bad if it is done right. We don't have to make it punitive. Even if you ask them to check in for 7 days, just 7 days out of the 5 weeks or 4 weeks which they are supposed to do. And if they can't do it, we have a problem, colleagues. These guys are supposed, you can't do research online throughout. You have to spend time on that campus. I may be wrong, but it is working for me. And then on the other one, on the FTSE, when it comes to large student numbers, I know Professor Adwal will comment on that. There is a factor which you can put so that the graph is not straight, it's asymptomatic. And if you do in that factor, the maximum per 1 unit, per 1 load is about 400 students. So even that one, it works. And it is okay if a staff member teaches a large number of class, for him to teach 1 unit. It is okay. It is okay. It's cost effective. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Chacha, you asked, what I should say is this. Commission for University Education is not there. Should insist on student-staff ratios. And deal with the issue of right beginning is ensuring that we work with the correct student-staff ratios. How did lecturers start counting hours? This is what is being done really everywhere. I think we are not the only people who are dealing with staff unions. There are many countries where staff unions are even much stronger than ourselves. I think South Africa is one of them. UK, they have universities and colleges union, which is very, very strong. And they negotiate with universities how many hours lecturers may do, etc., etc. So people are counting hours everywhere, and I think the sooner we get to there, the better it will be for us. But for me, what is most important is this. Those who are in the university and are not involved in research are being paid for work not done. Because the reason we don't get lecturers to teach for 40 hours a week is because they're using part of the time to do research, and yet they're not doing it, but we are paying them 40 hours a week. The consequence is that we are employing part-timers. We are employing part-timers to do work which should be done by people already with us. So if somebody is not doing research, when I gave the list of teaching only, etc., etc., my imagination is this. There are some of our colleagues, we will classify them, you are teaching only. So we expect you to give us 70% of your time in teaching or 80% in your time of teaching. We say maybe 10% only in research. We expect you to be involved in community service. You should demonstrate how you spent that time. You are supposed to be involved in administration. That is easier to work with because we always ask our staff to do timetabling, to do all sorts of things. That can be counted. Attend meetings in the university. So once we count those hours, we can be able to hold people accountable. Professor Chacha, when you were out, I say that to help us sort out the issue of recruitment of staff which is not commensurate with the load we are carrying, Commission should help us by insisting on student-staff ratios. I know you have worked out students, you have indicated student-staff ratios, but they are never followed. They are never followed in the universities. And that is why we have student-staff ratios like 1 to 70 in a university. Now, at many universities, therefore, after they have counted hours, if you look at policies, workload policies of many universities, there is always a clause that provides that where somebody has done more hours than provided for, they will be compensated appropriately. In my university, we do that. Of course, it has cost us a lot of difficulties, but because we use FTSC to determine this, if you come to our university, you will find staff claiming FTSC. They call it FTSC. FTSC is formula, but because it is the formula we use to determine how much load. So what we do, every lecturer is supposed to do a load of 1. If you use that formula, you end up with an index of 1 for a lecturer to teach, or 1.5 or whatever it is. So we say you are supposed to carry 1 load of 1. If you carry 1.4, we are obliged to compensate you for 0.4. And we find it easier to compensate a lecturer for 0.4 than hire a lecturer for 0.4. Because if we hire a lecturer, they are going to come in with all sorts of overheads. But this particular lecturer at 0.4 actually helps us to save money, because we are not paying them, hopefully, we are not paying them more medical, we are not paying them more house allowance, we are not paying them more leave allowance. But if we added 0.43 of them and they became 1.2, we might, in that department, we might say, let us hire 1 lecturer, and that 1 lecturer is going to come with a lot of overload. So we prefer to compensate our lecturers internally on condition that you don't teach more than 0.5 in a year. Your load in 1 year is 1, but we don't compensate you at more than 0.5, and we will also And all these are captured through community. Many universities consider this as part of your community engagement. It's not research. When you review journals, when you review papers, when you review master's thesis from other universities, it is not teaching, it is not research, it is considered to be part of your community engagement, because a community engagement component includes things like citizenship. There are people who describe it as good academic citizenship. So these are captured. How do you deal with masters? In the case of masters and PhDs, this is taken care of by student-staff ratio, because masters requires that the student-staff ratio is higher. So the numbers of students you are looking at will be fewer compared to undergraduate students. The examples I gave were largely referring to undergraduate teaching, but postgraduate teaching is covered by the formula. How do we deal, I've talked about university professors doing review. Professor Odhiambo, we have discussed this before. I think you were talking about details in the formula. We can discuss this. For example, we can analyze the sensitivity of each of the parameters inside there and find out how this can be improved. I will very much welcome this kind of input. And Professor Muchiri, yes, you are talking about field work. This is covered. You will deal with this through student-staff ratio. Through, for example, we always say, if a lecturer is in laboratory, there are some people who say that 1 hour of laboratory work is equivalent to 2 hours of lectures, and vice versa. In our case as TUK, and I will give you our document, which is here in detail. We have captured everything, including studios, including fieldwork, and we just played around with student-staff ratios. We played around with weighting of certain parameters in there, and it has worked well for us. We have a full document that explains this. We implemented this in 2016, and we had a lot of issues with the union at that time. The union said they didn't like it because they told us in every university in Kenya, it is 2 units per semester or 3 units per semester. So why don't you just, but our problem has always been this, and this is what this formula is doing. If I am doing 2 units with 10 students, and you are doing 2 units with 100 students, we are doing different kind of work. But the formula will try to combine the students and the hours in some clever way so that an index is produced which makes it look like you and I are doing the same load. So if I'm doing few hours, then I need more students. If I have few students, then I need more hours. And we presented this and approved it in Senate, passed it on to the union for their comments. We told them this is a university. This is the best we have so far. So if you have a cleverer way of doing this, you are welcome. Up to now, they have never given us an input, and it works for us, obviously with difficulties, because every new thing, device has always difficulties. So those can be done. Professor Ngumi, blended learning. In my university, we have taken a position that we do blended learning. So since COVID came in, we don't see how we are going to go back to face-to-face. Students like it, students also don't like it. There's some aspects they like about it, there's some aspects they don't like. For example, the part that deals with technology, where technology is not very strong, we have challenges with students. But we have said, those lecturers who can teach well online, let them continue teaching online. Those who can only teach face-to-face, let them teach face-to-face. We only took this position. All practicals must be done face-to-face, and all examinations must be done face-to-face. We are in the process of reviewing the formula to take care of things like blended learning that have just come in. We are also considering that we implemented this in 2016. We are looking at 6 years now, and we would like to review the formula, take into consideration some of the challenges that we have experienced so far. So we believe that all of this can be taken care of, student online learning and that kind of thing. I suspect that the more we go towards blended learning and the more we go towards online learning, our courses are going to be cheaper for us, especially if we have invested already on infrastructure properly. Thank you.
There's a small things, colleague, which I wanted to share because of what Professor Ngumi asked about whether, how do we treat online learning in total? Can staff just do it online? I had a lecturer who was very good. She is a lady. She happens to come from South Africa. And she was a very good researcher, attracting lots of grants from Melinda Gates and all that. Then now she decided to relocate back home. She came to see me. She says she still wants to be a lecturer in Pwani and she can teach online from South Africa. And I was in a dilemma. But the final decision which we made, he said, we told her it is not possible. If you're in South Africa, you're in South Africa. But we hired her as an adjunct member of staff and she's paid for teaching only. We don't pay her medical cover and all these other things. So each time she offers a course, we pay for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Rajab and Professor Adul. Let's give them a round of applause, please. Thank you very much. I know we've lost half a day. I don't know how you're going to recover half a day. But I'll give the microphone back to the MC if he's here to take us to the next level. Thank you, professors.
Thank you, Prof, for conducting that session so well. Thank you for the presenters. That was a session that some of us were just seeing figures and wondering the formula, and some of us ran away from those formulas. So, but finally we have understood, and there is something. And as universities, we need to take it seriously. That could be perhaps where the rain started beating us. Sometimes when we are overstaffed or understaffed, and the CBA is there, we are paying people who are not doing the really work. Thank you so much. And now we have a session. It's now about 12, so going towards lunch. We still have some time. We have a session of sustainable financing of public universities. It was to be facilitated by the Principal Secretary, National Treasury. We have tried our best to find out whether the PS might have arrived. Our efforts are not borne fruits. Even a representative, we have not seen any representative. And therefore that gives us time. Perhaps the organizers will tell us how that topic will be, perhaps whether still financing, and the next one is also dealing with the funds, whether they can be able to tackle it. But I know why National Treasury was to be here. So without wasting time, it's my pleasure to invite, I don't know whether you have had enough rest, Professor Francis Adwal, because you have to coordinate the next session. So it is my pleasure to invite Professor Dr. Engineer Francis Adwal, the VC Technical University, to take us through the next session. University Funding Board, realization of its full mandate and funding models. And I'm sure already the CEO had taken us through. Oh, I'm told now we have a chair here. A little bit of it was discussed, so we hope that this one may not take a lot of time, but the focus may be on now the help and CUSPs, because those figures and how you do them affects the funding. Thank you. May I hand over the mic to the chair of the session. The chair of the session has accepted, and that is Professor Victoria Ngumi. JKUAT, VC JKUAT will be the session chair. So invite the participants. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So thank you very much for giving me the mic. I wish to invite, I'm aware the PS National Treasury or his representative may not have arrived yet, but we've agreed as a subcommittee, we will leave it open in case they do come. My chairman has agreed with me that perhaps we will give him a slot. Then he can be able to, or her a slot, he can be able to tackle that particular topic when he or she comes. But for now, as you've heard, we are very behind. We are now starting the morning session for today. So I will try my best to make sure that we do as much as we can before we break for lunch and we catch up a bit on time. We are not regretting. We have done a lot yesterday and today. So I wish to invite the moderator, Professor Adul VC Tuk, to come up to the front. And then the panelists, I'm not sure whether CEO of COOPS is here or the representative. Okay, Karibu to the front. Then we have Mr. Joyfrey Munari, CEO UFB. If you're here, Karibu to the front. And then we have Mr. Charles Ringera, CEO HELP. Karibu sana to the front. And then we have Mr. Dismas Ogot, SCFO. I think you are here. Karibu sana to the front. You can sit anywhere and please have a seat. Karibuni. So these people are going to be our panelists today, and they are going to be talking to us about University Funding Board, realization of its full mandate and funding models. I have not asked them who is going to start, but I'm sure they'll tell me. And because I don't want to waste a lot more time, this morning we discussed a lot about financing. We've discussed about workload. It's all connected. And now I think what they will tell us will also be connected to what we had in the morning. So without wasting any more time, I wish to ask the first person to come to the front. Maybe Professor Adul, you're the moderator. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much, Victoria Ngumi. Yes. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a distinguished team here to talk about University Funding Board, basically university funding from the perspective of our ministry and our internal systems. We have here I think the four most important people who deal with this. Charles Ringera there, HELP, and then we have Geoffrey Monari, we have Agnes Wahome, and we have Dismas Ogot from the ministry. And so we are going to ask each one of them to make a presentation, and then we will ask you to react. Since we are already behind schedule, I don't want to take a lot of time at this moment. Even if I had any comments, I would like to give this towards the end after they have made their presentations. And if you don't mind, I would like to just go in this order, because Charles Ringera needs to catch a flight. So I would like us to start with him, and then we go to Geoffrey Monari of University Funding Board. And actually, I would like Geoffrey Monari, you should come last, because I would like Agnes Wahome to come in, Dismas Ogot, and then you will, because the topic is talking about University Funding Board. So I would like you to come in last. So Charles, welcome.
Thank you,
Thank you, Francis. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I don't have a presentation. I'll just make a synopsis or a review of where we are in terms of student financing. Everybody knows the challenges that are there. I think the PS yesterday talked about the number of times we have met members of Parliament, Education Committee, and we don't seem to make some breakthrough. So I'll give you the numbers, how they have been for the last 3 years, what we are seeing this year, and what we are looking at next year, and the funding gap that we are experiencing. And then I'll go through some of the challenges we are going through as Higher Education Loans Board, and I'll finally share my thought in terms of what I think the outcome of this conference should come up to in regard to student financing. As you are aware, Higher Education Loans Board was started way back in 1995 as a body corporate, actually to be precise, on 21st of July, 1995. We are celebrating our 25 years, I think, of existence now. And we have made tremendous support to about 1.235 million students at a total cost of about 131 billion Kenya shillings. Out of those, we still have about 546,000 students who are both in TVET and also universities. We have about 238,000 students who have completed repaying their loans that they were given to the tune of about 26 billion. Currently, about 48 billion is being serviced by about 286,000 students. We, however, have a challenge in regard to about 10,000 students who have not made an attempt to repay their loan back, dating back, some of them, 1970s. And those are carrying about 10 billion. We did recently a COVID-19 pandemic waiver, where when you come in, we then waive off 100% of your penalties that you have incurred, not interest. I think I need to be clear on that. And out of it, we are able to collect about 550 million last year, and that extra last year, and actually that year, we recorded the highest recovery level of HELB, which we hit 5.2 billion. When I joined HELB in 2013, I found a collection rate of about 2.7 billion a year. So having hit 5.2 billion, then that was a record collection. Now, that record collection is also giving us some challenges in terms of budgeting, because I think when Dismas sees that we are collecting more, then he continues to reduce exchequer, and the students are also increasing. So those are some of the challenges we are grappling with between us and Treasury in terms of where we are. When we look at the 2 years COVID, the 2-year COVID period, 2019-2020, we lost exchequer of 2.8 billion. One quarter was not delivered. And then the other year, 2020-2021, we again got another exchequer adjustment of 2.2 billion downwards. That means during the 2 COVID period years, we have lost 5 billion Kenya shillings. There is a reason why I'm saying 5 billion, because that 5 billion, we are seeing it now, rolling into future years. On loan collections, because you remember a number of people lost their jobs in between 2019 and 2021. It's now that the economy is opening up again. So we fell short of our A&A by about 1 billion shillings. In total, during the COVID period, we have lost about 6 billion. Now, the challenge is that some of the students resumed online learning, and even when they were at home, which means they required money, support money for bundles, either to buy gadgets for them to be able to go to class, and we had already done the commitment. So here we have allocated a student 40,000, but on the other side, Exchequer has adjusted our budget by about that 6 billion. So that hole continues, we continue to struggle with that hole. And what is happening now is that we are then reducing the guys who are coming in, into future years. Last year, the performance was still quite good because of that COVID waiver we did. We funded about 347,166 students, both in TVET and universities. Of course, the university runs with a lion's share of about 280,000 students at a total cost of 14.8 billion. Of this, TVET was 106,048, and they carried away 3.9 billion. However, even with that stellar performance that we had last year, where we put in about 500 million to the COVID waiver campaign that we did, we still had 35,137 students worth 1.4 billion that went with a funding level of 0. Why do we give them 0? so that next year they don't have to reapply again. So we are always hopeful that next year we will get more resources so that then the zeros can be able to apply into next year. So that 5,000 were not able to be funded, but with the 550 extra that we got from A&E, we are able to claw back about 25,000 who we had given zero and they were vulnerable, and we gave them some funding last year. Looking at the current financial year that we are looking at, one of the key things that I need to, and you must have heard a bit of noise, KU, we heard a bit of noise about 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, and we had to use collections for the last 2 months, and at least we paid about 600 million to KU. Last week, or this week actually, you must have seen Babu Inorov again, just saying that whatever money that the Fifth Administration found in the account, which they say is 93 million, should be channeled to help. I was looking at 93 million, and then our allocation is 11.3 billion. What does it do? 93 million is actually absolutely nothing. But I need to say that up to now, we have not been able to receive any exchequer. And that is the noise you are now hearing from the students with these strikes they are talking about. We are getting into quarter 2. We have not even received the first quarter. We had already smoothened this arrangement with Treasury and agreeing that they will be giving us, rather than quarter capitation, they will be giving us half capitation. Why? Because the synchronization between the way exchequer is released by Treasury and the way the academic calendar looks like, it is completely opposite. So there is no way you can bring the two of them so that the student, and then remember also loan repayment is coming on a monthly basis. So the 5.2 billion that I collected, I didn't collect at once. You collect every month about 400 million, and you accumulate all that, and you make, the payment that you're supposed to be making. Now, despite the underfunding, even that underfunding is then delaying to come. So you can see the double jeopardy that we're actually looking at. But now this year, what is shocking is, when you look at the university funding, for first time, the budget that we had put aside for first-time applicants, those are the ones that are joining now, was we were planning to do 60,227,000 students of the 143,000 Mercy and given us from COOPS and were eligible for grants and loans. But we know that not everybody applies. So out of 143,000, the only money we earned was for 60,000 students. And we had planned to do 2.6 billion of that. Now, as at now, this morning, I have 110,000 applications. So how do you fit the 60,000 to the 110 who have already applied? And if we actually award the entire 110,000, I require about 4.8 billion on that. The budget that has been approved by the board, given the resources we have, is 2.6. That means, therefore, for first-time applicants, I have a shortfall of about 2.2 billion. Let's look at continuing students. We had planned that we will award 168,373,000 students at a total cost of 7.3 billion. As of this morning, we have 198,000 applications. If we give all those 198,000, and they are growing because we are closing that application window by the end of this month, if we award them the 43,200 average, we require we require 8.6 billion against a budget of 7.3 billion. That means there we have a budget gap again of 1.3 billion. Now, what happened with the continuing? Because we knew them. There was a delay on graduations because of COVID, the last time because of COVID. Okay, I'll try. And therefore, in total, we have a funding gap of university at about 3.5 billion. When you look at TVET, we have a funding gap of about 1.4 billion. In total, this year, we have a funding gap of about 5 billion. I know we are still discussing this with the ministry and also with the Exchequer, but all of you know about the fiscal space of this country. We may not have that fiscal space to be able to, to meet that funding gap. So what are some of the current challenges that we are trying to navigate through? One of them is a funding gap, and I've already explained. But when you look at one of the Fifth Administration manifesto, they talked about recapitalizing help with an extra 12 billion. That 12 billion is coming from these premises. we are requesting in the budget estimate for this year for 27 billion. Out of 27 billion, we were to recover loans of 5 billion, which means we required from Exchequer 22 billion. But what we got from Exchequer was 11 billion. So that is a gap of what you see in that manifesto of about 12 billion. Number two, our average student loan is very bad. We had reached at 1.45,000 in the year 2018-2019 for average student loan of about 45,000. Today, we have been forced to go back to 37,000 average per student. You and I know the cost of education today, the cost of living in these towns that they are living. If you're in Egerton, even the cost of Joro town, maybe where they are living, has already gone up. So that is a major problem, and it's actually causing us then have a lot of dropouts. You must have seen what Professor Romana Zodhiambo was going through with the girl who was in Saudi. And I'm very happy that, Prof, you've been able to get the student back again. And we have promised, Prof, that, yes, we will make sure that, is she going to teach? She will be back again to class. Now that she has gotten back again to class, we'll be able to get some funding somewhere. So those dropouts are coming because of this average, low average that you're seeing. Now, we are also giving students very bad student campus experience. Your time when you are at the university and what they're experiencing now, you guys use even to take meatballs. Today, meatball, wanaonea kwa view sasa. The budgeting process between us and TNT, the National Treasury, I think it's a problem. I think the PS was saying earlier, we have been talking to them. But every time you go to discuss with them, you think you have squared a good budget. By the time the results come out, you hear something called ceiling, envelope. You know, all these, that the education sector is highest, so our envelope is this much. How do you fit in there? An extra minute, please. Now, then you have delayed exchequer. I've already talked about delayed exchequer. Then we have unsynchronized exchequer releases. Like I said, it's on a quarter, and even that quarter we see now it is, delaying. Number 8 is actually the onslaught HELB is experiencing from the legislators and also the members of the public in terms of HELB Act. So that the framework that has already been put there, everybody wants to challenge it, which means they don't want to pay that money back. And whether it is the legislators or even Kenyans themselves, we have a serious problem. For example, if you do remember that in March, sometimes in March, His Excellency the President declined to sign a bill. That bill would have actually set HELB backwards in terms of you will start repaying your loan when you get a job. Now, we don't have those kind of conditions when you're giving the loan. Then about 2 weeks ago, I don't know how many of you have seen Justice Mabea's ruling in regard to the charges that we levy on the account in regard to Section 44 of the Banking Act, which is a Duplam rule. Don't mind that Section 44 doesn't belong to us, it belongs to the Banking Act. So we are not supposed to be governed under that. But if you look at Justice Mabea's ruling, he says because it is public interest under Article 43, then even a lender like HELB cannot go beyond what in Duplam rule prescribes. So everybody is talking about HELB, but they don't say where HELB will be able to get money. Finally, and more finally, is my way forward from this conference. I want to challenge everybody. How many of us know what Kenya Kwanza manifesto is talking about in regard to university education? Because that is where, to me, PS, we need to find the spaces of all those lines that the charter that he signed. Where do we fit in terms of all this reorganization we're doing? We have a CBC task force. Where is the university task force? Are we going to fit in the CBC task force? We have pending bills in the universities now at 65 billion. What do we do with that? Because one of the estimates I've seen is that he is saying budgetary allocations to universities need to be enhanced. We are looking at opening a new university called the Open University of Kenya. But even you guys are Open University because you're on online learning. So why are we opening another university? Yet we have enough universities which don't even have enough students. Can we try to stock these universities, first of all, which are there, before you go to those? I have had interest-free loans. I have had grants to STEM students. Those grants are not even enough. I've had increasing funding of public universities through legislative policy and budgetary measures. And I think that is where we are. We need to take this report to cover that, item in the charter. He has also promised technical universities in every county. Again, we are still opening more universities, yet even the ones we have are not fully occupied. Unrealistic A&Es, I think we need to handle that. If you know students are away, there is COVID, and there is no school fees that is going to be paid, why are you telling University of Nairobi still to do an A&E of 12 billion? tuition fees. Why are we forcing everybody who has gotten to the university to take tuition fees, the grant system that UFB gives? Can we go to TFT, targeted tuition, support? Because there are some parents, as Geoffrey was saying, who can be able to, to support their children. Then this craze of 100% transition to university, yet there are no resources. Like Professor Andrew says, let government fund the student it can afford. And to me, my clarion call, let us look at how do we bring cutoff back again. That way then we'll have SSP students in the universities, and the SSP student will help universities in terms of A&E. And finally, the framework for resource mobilization is not good. We need to look at a way in our recommendation, how do we improve the framework for resource mobilization? I thank you for listening to me. Thank you.
Our PS, Ambassador Nabukwesi, the chairs of council, vice chancellors, my fellow CEOs, all protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'll be very brief. I have a PowerPoint presentation and I'll not repeat what had been discussed by my colleagues, but I just want to draw to your attention the role of COOPS. We have a commitment that we, as a ministry, we have a responsibility to enhance access, equity, quality, and relevance of education as stipulated in the sessional paper, the first sessional paper 2019. Now, when we look at COOPS, among the institutions created, we have a responsibility to promote access, and that's why we engage in the placement of students into universities and colleges throughout the country. Now, when you look at the trends in terms of our placement, since we were established, it may not be very clear, but you can see there is a drop in the last class that we placed. This may be more clearer. The next one, please. Yep. You can see the number of candidates is going up. We are almost hitting 1 million now because the class that will sit in 2022 will be 900,000. We're looking at the eligibility, those getting C+ and above. That number is also going up. But when we look at the students that were placed, you can see there is a drop because to the universities, we had some of the students who qualified but opted to do diploma programs. But the board also processed only the students who applied. Previously, we were looking at all the students with C+ and above, and whether they applied or not, we would place them. But this time, we are only focusing on those who apply. But you can see the number is going up, and the question is, do we have the resources to take care of this number? So there are certain questions that we need to really engage in and be honest with ourselves that we cannot meet the demand. Looking at the number of students who are also qualifying is going up. And can we consider funding courses based on government priorities? Now we have the manifesto, and I had summarized that. And we are asking ourselves, can we just look at what the government is giving us priority and having more funding going to those courses? Can we consider an affirmative action for both students and universities? And can the universities identify their niche and be funded to develop and even innovate in those areas? So from the manifesto, that is what is priority. And the question is, where is university education, on the areas that have been prioritized under this manifesto? The next slide, please. Now, looking at the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, this is the plan for Kenya Kwanza. We have 5 sectors that have been prioritized. And I see an opportunity for our universities because at COOPS now we are looking at all the university programs that are under each of these sectors, so that we ask ourselves, to what extent are we going to contribute in terms of universities training students for each of these sectors, and then look at this as opportunities for funding. Now we are currently looking at what is coming from Exchequer to the Ministry of Education. But when you look at this, they cut across the different ministries of government. So how can we tap on training funding that goes to different ministries that universities can tap on? So as we look at, as we engage with HELB and UFB, at least for HELB, we've been able to tap funding from other ministries. The Marine Academy that is here in Mombasa is offering TVET in colleges, TVET programs, but the ministry is able to put in money that students can access as HELB. They are also now going into putting money that the students can access as grants. So to what extent can we tap in these other ministries and work with them as universities to get funding? So with those few remarks, I want to give you to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to address this conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Who is next? Let's see.
I think I've been given 15 minutes. I may take even less because the real elephant in the house is how do we achieve optimality in resource allocation. The real issue of sustainability is on optimality and being able to predict and be consistent. In terms of university education and research sector, you could have seen that this is anchored in regulations, in law, the University Education Act, of course the Constitution, and individual ministry or state department strategic plan cascaded into universities, individual university and constituent colleges strategic plans. So the real context in which we'll achieve this must be around that discussion in terms of the 5-year medium-term plans and of course annual plans cascaded into the budget framework. Mine is to say that there are a few lessons we've learned, and we need to consider them as we take this to the next level. And that involves, one, I think part of the papers presented here builds into that. If you look at where we are, the feeling within the ministry and therefore the treasury, I think treasury are not here, but as a treasury staff, I can also chip in a bit of what I see their mind. When we write to them, and the last 1 year I've been in the State Department, they appear to be having a formed framework of thinking that because of dwindling fiscal space, and in as much as we know there is a transition to the 5th administration, there's the thinking of the bureaucracy and therefore the mandarins of the treasury, that there's something that we need to do in our own context as a sector. And even as much as we have that draft, the cabinet memo, which I alluded to earlier, and which I think our peers ambassadors said we will fine-tune and present, in it are a number of issues. One of them is the issues, just the issues that have been discussed. And I think just to start with Professor Dual's formula, He has two formulae. Maybe the first one is, which he will, is very elaborately talked about and written on, is the DUC one. And you see the discussion here is that 80% would be borne by the exchequer, that is the government. The 20% would be borne by the sponsor of the student, whether a parent or whichever organization sponsor that student. And this context, that those that are very poor, and I think that's where help is coming in. But the discussion in help, I leave to help, but the issue is, on that 20%, what is the way forward? I think CEO Monari had alluded to a bit of that, and I think he will be discussing that. What about this 80%? So the 80% is what there is a thinking in Treasury. That the first thinking is that universities need to realign themselves to the changing environment. This changing fiscal environment, the changing education environment. One of them is that, therefore, we need in those strategic plans to rethink our strategies, rethink our programs. What are we there for? What created us, and how are we going to way forward, build our competitive advantage around that? So the strategy, the structures, the systems we have as individual universities and constituent colleges, the skills, which I think comes through the workload, that presentation with another very complicated algebraic formulae Professor Dul again presented, and it was very good. To what extent are we optimal in those? The academic to technical administrative staff ratios of 67 to 33. Those are the discussions Treasury is feeling, is that we are not optimal, and therefore, whenever we write, the PS tells me, do a letter on this. We do, and you'll see the reply. In fact, there's a letter I had which were giving us one by one thinking from Treasury. And one of them was on the structure, that universities must do away with their immediate past structures, which were anchored around Module 2, where they were spread all over, where they had campuses, they had offices, they had stations. All of them perhaps were in Nairobi. Do they still need to be in Nairobi if there are no those programs? The thinking on the emerging model and all these online platforms of learning, the thinking of replication of so many courses across the board. Is that what the market is all about? And so on, there's that need of the styles they are taking, the skill sets, the shared values they expose, and all that. And so there's the discussion of how do we optimally fund universities around those structures, and maybe the preferred optimal levels for each university. And the challenge has been, one will tell you, how come these USIUs are doing well? How are the Strathmores doing well? The two universities ran away from, I think, COOP's placement of students. They just become attractive. So all of us in this hall, if your student or son doesn't qualify for medicine, perhaps you can decide to take him or her to law school in Strathmore. Why Strathmore? Or to engineering in Strathmore and pay the 200,000 which was being mentioned. So why Strathmore then? Why USIU? For known to be very competitive in marketing courses. So the discussion is that if these universities, they can even refuse the good doctor here not to give them students, but they still have them. And they have competitive. You go to Strathmore, not any student just goes there. You must be good. There's some minimum competency level or skill set you must expose. So the discussion then would be that each individual university and constituent college, as you live here, then that discussion, and I'm happy they are with their chairs here, that discussion needs to be at the council level. Seriously, I was sitting to another council chair who said they are going to use their resources, which is what the Treasury had in that letter, Bona PS, I hope you remember. that each university, some of them are very wealthy in terms of the asset base. Land, buildings, some acquired even multi-billion or hundreds of million worth of buildings in very core central CBDs of major cities. What are those buildings doing now? So the issue of divestiture, the issue of look at what you have, look at what it can do, generate money. So the internally generated revenues forms a big chunk of what then you can use for those very old universities. Of course, the ones I say, the grandmothers. Yeah? How can you come out of the financial crisis? If you are Egerton, you started as a college or known to be agricultural based, and agriculture is the mainstay. Currently, we don't even have food in our country, not even adequate food. How can you use that to strategically explore ways of generating internal resources to feed the treasury budget gaps? So the treasury are thinking that those are areas that must be explored by universities that are able to competitively be in the league of other universities world over. And of course that goes in with the structures. Some of them I think have done very well, like are even now realigning their programs. They've come a long way. Some are already doing that behind the scenes, so maybe they could be benchmarked if they are successfully doing it. And then that also brings into the issue, why am I starting from that? Because we are pending bills close to 70 billion. As we now do a program, last year, by the time we were around this time, end of June, they were at 42 billion. By the time we were around October, September, the pending bills were standing at about 62 billion. So how do we address that? In the CAB memo, we are proposing to Cabinet various ways of sorting out that. And one of the ones which we prefer is the 80% DUC financing, which CEO Monari had said. If we fund them at 80%, then universities will be able to sort out this reform agenda we are talking about. They'll be able to pay their pending bills. They will be able to progressively now realign their strategy. If there are need for layoffs, there are need to right-sizing, whatever they call those terminologies, I think in HR they call them right-sizing, then each university will be able to individually at council level right-size. And that brings me to the third issue. The third issue is about CBA. Some presented before said we must have a national CBA. The thinking, and I think we had an online meeting with the SRC and other government stakeholders some time back. And the thinking is that CBAs ought to be university-based. So that then university, if your university is very competitive, like the chair I was with, I'm not saying the name, but if that university is able to produce a lot of money and not depend on the exchequer, pay your VC highly. You go to SRC and you pay 4 million. What bars that? After all, KCB was paying the immediate former CEO 22 million. So that even within universities, then a university can hire a vice chancellor from another university if they are doing much better, and that particular vice chancellor can be headhunted to add value to that university through, of course, recruitment at council level. And that is the thinking of competitiveness. So if you are a University of Nairobi, why should a VC be paid like the University Tomboya, for instance? Or whatever, or a Lupe. Why should you pay University of Nairobi VC? Now, because what I'm saying that if they can produce 10 billion, then they can pay 4 million. That's what I'm saying. Because this university has three professors. This other one has got 100 professors. So they are overseeing different spectrums. And that's the discussion. So way forward, I think SRC must look at those, because in HR, I worked in PSC. In HR, they look at your span of control. Yeah, in HR, what are you controlling? If you are controlling 10 university colleges, you are big. You are not like a small university with only one college. Yeah, that's what there is. So then you can pay highly, and therefore the issue of CBAs ought to be different as well. And that, 3 minutes is enough for me. The thinking is then, CBAs then would be negotiated at council levels. Of course, we'll have a national, universal kind of strategy of dealing with it, which can be through intergovernmental task force, which will agree, SRC, Treasury, AGs, the State Department, and any other bodies that can come into it. But way forward then, we need to depart from national CBAs, which are always, all universities have closed. Now, the other bit is sources, and therefore there's the other source of revenue, which then individual universities can then get grants, the way the PS said. If you are Kenyatta University and your alumni are able to do a building, let them endow the funds, grants or for research, for cancer and all that, for health services and so on and so forth. And I think that is tandem with what the university fund was created for. So then they could be exploring that alongside the individual universities. And of course, finally, of course, there's a bit that was talked about, so I don't want to talk about it. But then the research component, yes, the 2% research, moving towards 2% research. Again, that we covered in the CAB memo exclusively. So if we were to pursue it with the fifth administration, I think, in my opinion, there's a very good future for university education. But way forward, we must, I think, the link from thinking collectively as we have the same mind. We must competitively be competitive. Thank you very much.
Asante. Thank you. Okay. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much, Prof. I will be very fast since I had a chance in the morning. I don't know whether my presentation is up, but good afternoon once again. I will concentrate my presentation on the theme that is University Funding Board, realization of its full mandate and funding models. We go to the next slide. We at the Universities Fund want to engage Kenyans to engage and sensitize Kenyans to relevance in higher education, focusing on national development agenda and advocacy processes for its fundraising. That is, those are the key issues we want to concentrate on so that we can be able to realize our full mandate. Structured conversation with various agencies and grant makers will also be our priority. Next slide. How do we realize our full mandate? Number one is to operationalize the fund. I think this is one of the key issues that we need to look on, how we can be able to operationalize the fund, because to date we do paper apportionment of the funds and then we give the list to the ministry to be able to disburse these funds. This has got a few challenges. Number one, when it comes to resource mobilization, some of the funders are requesting to see our balance sheet so that they can support. And when you don't have a balance sheet that shows you are able to disburse, then it becomes a challenge. I'm sure Charles can be able to attest that even for his fundraising, this is very key to any fundraiser. Number two, when it comes to adjustment of any figures with the universities, for example, if you are paid less this time and you need some adjustment, since the government operates on cash basis, it means that if a financial year moves to the next year, then it means that money will not be paid. But if the fund had the funds, then it will be make it possible, because we will be using the accrual method of operating at the fund. Lastly, for us, when we operationalize the fund, it will make us more efficient to be able to fund the universities. You can be able to get information faster. We can make it possible for you to get the necessary reports that you'll require. You can imagine if Higher Education Loans Board used to prepare a list and take it to the ministry for disbursement of student loans. It would be a real challenge. And that is where we are now. For us to be able to work more efficiently, it would be good, and we are requesting that this should be implemented. Secondly is the resource mobilization. I've talked about it. For us to be able to fully realize our mandate, we need to start resource mobilization. We have put in place our strategies, and we have already started speaking to various donors who are looking at various sectors where they can be able to fund, because they can't fund all universities. Will be coming to you so that you can be able to see the benefits. I'm sure some of the universities, we have already engaged 20 universities who are under the network of entrepreneurial universities of Kenya. And this initiative is being sponsored by United Nations Economic Council for Africa. And you saw the benefits, and a lot of entrepreneurial and innovative ideas are coming out. And the United Nations Economic Council for Africa is supporting this. We have already started initiatives with the Australian Embassy. We are talking to the Finnish government after the conference we had, thanks to the PS. Those are the initiatives we are taking up. We are also looking for us to realize our full mandate is to review the funding formula, which we presented to the Vice Chancellors. And we believe that if this is implemented, we will be able to continuously improve the situation. One other key area is the data management system. I'll talk about this later. The other one is establishment and implementation of capital development formula. We currently don't have a formula to disburse capital funds. We need to agree as a sector that we should have a formula so that we can be able to plan. And you can know that I will be expecting certain funds at this time. And that will be able to enhance transparency, number one. Number two, planning, which is more important. Because if you know I am not getting funds, I have not met the criteria this financial year, then you are not going to be planning for those funds. So it is important that we see that this is implemented. Lastly is to establish a funding strategy that is sustainable to support development, expansion, and responsiveness of universities in Kenya. This is key because establishment of universities is a political process that we cannot run away from. How do we ensure that the universities fund is ahead and plans for this? Because as much as we say we do not want new universities, it is also a political process. Universities will be chartered, and universities, many parts of this country are still asking for universities. What happens after we do that? Next slide. The other one of the models that we are thinking of is it time for performance-based funding? And do we implement it the way it is done in Europe and other countries? In our opinion, is that we need to structure this performance-based funding to suit our needs. There is no standard way in which it should be done. We should not copy and paste from out there. We need to ensure that we come up with a performance measures that look at course completion, credit attainment, degree completion, equity and gender considerations, national priority programs, instead of allocating funds based entirely on enrollment, as we are doing currently. Performance-based funding will stimulate institutions to implement programs that lead to delivery of outcomes deemed critical to the development of the higher education sector. The other areas we are looking at, next slide, is how do we look at this? The proposed considerations for funding is the size of the institution. What institutional configuration would allow for a balanced and financially sustainable expansion of universities? What is required to make this configuration a viable option? Next slide. I'm moving very fast because I know my colleagues are going. Resource mobilization questions. How can public and private funding sources be mobilized in the most effective manner? What are appropriate mechanisms to distribute public resources in a manner that rewards improved performance, promotes innovation, which is key to this country, research, which is one of the key mandates of universities, and encourages efficient use of available resources? How can equity in funding be achieved in Kenyan universities? how can financial barriers be effectively effectively removed for students coming from poor and vulnerable groups? And those are the things that we are thinking at the fund, and some answers will be coming out. Government funding, which we depend on, and we all know that everyone in Kenya is depending on government funding. So there are many competing issues here. Is it predictable? We have actually seen from various presentations that it is not predictable. And we need to find a solution to this, and that's why we are pushing for resource mobilization. We need to provide a reliable framework for planning, implementation, and accountability for both government and the institutions, so that we do not get shocks in the system when it comes to the next financial year, when it comes to funding. DUC funding should be increased to 80% or rationalized as per the available funding. That has been discussed by various presenters today and even yesterday. Next slide. How do we ensure equity in university funding? Is it viable to continue funding all students admitted by KUPS? We need to think and critically review this. Is it time to increase fees? That is a critical issue. We proposed last time that maybe we need to think, if it is time to increase fees, we give the money to help as a loan, so that whatever fees that will be increased will be given in terms of a loan but not a grant, so that that money can be able to revolve and help future generations. Is it time to support only needy students? Because as it is now, we are boiling the ocean, and it is not possible for us to continue doing that. Do we focus on needy students? Is it time to admit students as per the available funds? And that cannot be overemphasized. And it is a discussion that we need to give a proposal as the new government comes into place. Higher education beneficiaries contribute to financing higher education through cost-cutting, student fees, student loans, and community participation. We are also encouraging entrepreneurial interventions, where we are encouraging universities to generate income so that they can meet shortfalls for their demand. Next slide. Other initiatives, funding options, endowments and private donations. These are areas that we are encouraging universities to go into, so that we can meet the demands. Also have grants from other areas, obtain grants that they require. Next is student loans, which has been discussed by HELP, so I will not go there. Partnerships with the county governments. We all must accept that when a university is in a county, it actually assists the county government in terms of revenue, because it is an ecosystem in itself. Is it time that we engaged county governments to also give back to the universities, so that the universities can grow? Because if that university is not in that county, you can actually see the impact of that, the ecosystem in that university. So we must engage county governments especially, and private sector and public, because they are the biggest beneficiaries of the universities in their areas of operation. Next is encouragement of community participation through religious organizations who get a lot of funding. CBOs, NGOs to participate and invest in tertiary education, which was there in some years back. But this has, you must accept that this has reduced. We are seeing less and less participation of these institutions in the university sector. So we must start asking ourselves what is really happening. Access to private capital is another option. Research and consultancy. We strongly believe the way the government has ring-fenced 30% for AGPO, we can ring-fence even 40% to be competed among universities for all consultancies. This will help the universities get an income, and then the other 60% can go out. Because what we realize that all these consultancies are actually done by your own staff. But the universities can be able to benefit from these consultancies. And this money is still government money, and it can go back to them. The next slide, efficiency in spending resources. I think this I'll not go through because we have, many of us have discussed about this issue. The last slide is on data management. We are requesting that we have an integrated database for the university sector. This will help, and it will help us get a reliable source of data to support decision making in education, research, and training. If the initiative is adopted, not only will we have reliable integrated data for the whole sector, we shall also develop and ensure that we can be able to give reports and be able to ensure that the whole sector, you can be able to predict and finance the universities much better. If you look at the next table, it actually tells us that there is a problem with the data, because if you look at from the financial year 2016-17, HELB applications were 799. And remember, HELB gives money also to privately sponsored students. Apportionment by the UF is 269,418. This is just to illustrate the issue of data. When you come to the last financial year, HELB applications were 290,577. And if you remember, they give also privately sponsored students, not only government sponsored. The challenge we are facing, and we are asking ourselves for the fund, how come government-sponsored students from data submitted by the universities are 402,832. Where are these students coming from? I think it's a challenge I'm throwing out. We are talking about over 100,000 students, and it was asked in the morning, how come we don't have data? And you can see the variances in the last 2 years. So it's something that we need to work together so that we have the correct data, and this will be able to assist us. Because this growth, and you can see these are applications on HELB loans, not what they have given. These are just applications. The variance is too high. So next, I think I'm done. That is just a graph. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much for that presentation. I really want to thank our presenters, our panelists. They have really given us a lot of information, but we are not going to discuss or interrogate what they've said now. What I'd like to do, and I think we've agreed on this with the moderator, is we proceed on and request Professor Bosile, who has a guest, to come up, and you can introduce your guest, and then we will give you a short time. I will whisper so that we can also proceed to the next session of lunch. So I want to give you 20 minutes.
20
so
minutes,
that, yeah, just 20 minutes.
I can't see my guest. Where is my guest?
Okay.
Thank you, Prof. Our permanent secretary, principal secretary, chairs of universities, vice chancellors, and guests. Good afternoon. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure where my guest is. Yeah? Okay, it's with technology. Okay, you say there, Engineer Kara. When your time comes, you can come by. My presentation is on this concept, intellectual capital, the new wealth creation pipeline of universities. In the context of university, this term is used to refer to institutions non-tangible or non-physical assets, including processes, capacity for innovation, the tactic of knowledge of its members, their capacities, capabilities, talents, and skills. And this can be considered under human capital that the university possesses, the intellectual assets that are the organizations that can assert ownership, right, and intellectual property that is legally protected. Globally, lead top-notch universities have processes in place to convert human resources into intellectual assets and ultimately value-producing intellectual properties. It's been found that there is a nexus between university funding and intellectual capital and wealth creation. Literature suggests that there is a strong evidence of wealth creation spillover from public investment in university research, teaching and learning activities into the economy. And I think this is very important because my predecessors have discussed about funding. And now my presentation is trying to look at how can that funding be a spillover in terms of wealth creation, in terms of from intellectual capital. Some time back, London economics, you are reading European specialists in economic and policy, did a study on the impact on England, economic impact on England economy through university teaching, university research and knowledge exchange, teaching and learning by Oxford University. I'm just going to give example of Oxford University. So in their report in 2018-2019, it found that the university generated, I think you can move the next slides, about Great Britain 15.7 billion pounds, which is I think about 2.2 trillion to England economy. For example, Oxford, from the funds they were given, there was a spillover of approximately 5.3% associated with the university's research income in 2018-2019. So for every 1 million pound invested in research at Oxford, it resulted 5 times. That's $5.3 million, pounds. So for every million, they multiplied 5 times. So the impact of research in that country, resulting from the country investing, was very huge, up to 7.909 million pounds. So the economic impact study with Oxford, the analysis found that much of their activities were licensing of its intellectual property, university spillover, spin-offs, companies that were a product of their research. University of Toronto, can you open? Yeah, no, University of Toronto, this is one of the premier universities in Canada, which contributes about 20% to the country's economy. Every year, University of Toronto acquires about 1.5 billion in research, and from that they are able to create 500 companies over the 10 years. Also, what you find is that so they are able to attract X amount of research, but that research results into about $15.7 billion into the economy. Why are these universities ahead of others? I think this is the most important. Globally, universities are been established to conduct research, teaching excellence, and service to community. Those are the major objectives of a university. And because of these universities, because having strong research and innovation culture, their faculty and postgraduate students led research and innovation are behind major establishment of their new industries across these countries. And we had another visit in May. Professor Odhiambo should be around. Went to University of Ottawa, and we were told the most powerful person at the university is the professor, the lecturers, followed by the deans. They are the ones their presidents respect because they bring money to universities. And the university, the students are a catalyst. I'm going to speak about that in this process, graduate students. The other one is why are they ahead? One is the strategic research funding initiatives, and I think from the presentation from my predecessor, we need to see whether the research that funding we are providing our universities, are they strategic? Can we see these spin-offs? I think we need a serious conversation. We don't want research that does not make sense. We want research that makes sense. Second is establishment of research, innovation, incubation, IP commercialization pipelines. It is very important in every university. If we don't have that nexus, I'm sorry, we have to work on that seriously. We must have that pipeline. And where there are leakages, we need to fix them. And we would identify the leakages. Now, the other very important is faculty journey to tenure. I'm speaking from my personal example. When I joined St. Francis Xavier University as assistant professor, I was put on track. I was told that first 2 years, this is what you have to do. You have to publish, teaching excellence, and service to community. I had to build my dossier. In 2 years, I was being evaluated every year. And at the end of 2 years, I was allowed to proceed because I published, I did teaching excellence. Of course, the students have to evaluate you, and I had to do service to community. And then another 2 years, every year you are being evaluated. Again, I got a contract, but on that journey, some of my colleagues were told to go home. It doesn't matter whether you have a PhD, if you are not, and it doesn't matter what you come with. Even if you have 100 publications, what counts is what you start at the university. So into my 5th year, I had my dossier, and I had to put them in a drawer because they were heavy, 3 binders, one for research, one for teaching excellence, and one for service to community. I had to push them to the academic vice president for my tenure, application, and promotion. And I succeeded. I was tenured and promoted to associate professor. And this is the initiation to teaching at the university. After that, and the one thing I want to, by the time I was tenured, I published 9 articles in peer-reviewed journals. I have them. We must mentor our faculty joining universities from the time they enter at the door of the university. You are not going to tell somebody to publish, already you have given that person permanent. That doesn't add up. So I think we need to think seriously. If we are, because after 5 years, if somebody has a wood truck, then this person will continue because they now have applications to apply for external grants. We should be able to give seed money to this new faculty and join the track. But I think those are serious conversations. The other one, role of graduate students. We must change the culture of recruiting students for numbers. Students joining for postgraduate should be recruited strategically and intentionally. They must apply with a problem they want to study. They have to apply. And we must connect these students to faculty so that they join the university, they are able to start their research journey. We were told, I think, I don't know, Professor Diambo, University of Ottawa, 3 minutes, of 20 or 50. We were told that most of research is by actually students. So the faculty help the students, and I think for our university, we will go to our university website. We have put an application for graduate students. We want them to come with a research program, and we want to recruit and give them support in terms of teaching assistant and research assistant, intentionally to help them participate, become successful students. Appointment of deans. Deans, as I told you, deans globally are most powerful. Not that of the position they hold, but first recruitment should be external, competitive. External and internal. It shouldn't be through voting. The dean is supposed to be the center of excellence, the person who speaks with authority of publications and excellence, not of politics of the university, convincing lecturers to vote. How can you promote intellectual property by a leader who only acquires the status through convincing? So I think universities, we need to think about this. I think the other one is quality assurance. I think Commission for University of Education should start thinking now, how do we decentralize the program development, especially the curriculums, so that the curriculum at the university internal level is developed. If it's a Bachelor of Education, let it be supported, developed. The point now, the commission can be submitted, and so that doesn't delay. I think there's some delay, and the other one is internationalization. This is a huge, important component of education in the world today. We must leverage our strengths. We must be familiar with the articulations 2+2, meaning 2 here, 2 there, 3+1, 3+1, 1. We must start seeing international students, even I think from the neighboring countries, as international, and we charge international fee. We should start thinking how to Because, for example, University of Toronto, when we were there, we were told 10,000 students times 60,000 a year, 60 billion. That's what they collect. How much is that in Kenyan shillings? So if we leverage our institution, our programs, develop strong programs, we have a huge market. University websites. These are very important because we should have websites that speak about us and access. My students used to approach me from as far as Korea, Japan, wanting for me to supervise them because my research interests were in the websites, and they were able to contact me. I think commercialization, I think this is important for our graduate students to be, and faculty to think commercializing and knowledge savvy. I think for Meru, we have, what we have done in Meru, we have established a research, innovation, IP commercialization pipeline, which the Vice Chancellor did mention. We are also increasing funding. We are giving our faculty what we call seed money. We are not calling them internal grants because the seed money for those who are 5 old and younger, it's just mbegu. It's not money for, we are not a research funding institution. So other things we have done is mentorship for faculty. I think for now that is, can my fellow share engineer? I have a Kenyan engineer who is, you want to speak from there? Okay. Who has an innovation which can be commercialized so that we can start thinking around that as universities. Thank you. 10 minutes.
That's fine.
Good afternoon. My name is Engineer Stephen Kara, and I'll try to be very brief, cognizant that I have sensed that there is a time pressure. I need to thank Professor Bosire for, I caught his attention on an innovation that I've been working on in the education sector, but it converts to giving services to digital information and recognizing that one of our problems is access. Most of the constituents who are supposed to have free access to digital information technology, one simply can't afford it, and many times even if they could afford it, there is no coverage, let's say, of the internet or not the correct type. So what we did, we took the lower education and recognized that they need unique applications, multimedia applications, to be able to get the knowledge across. That's the media that the teacher uses. And without going too much, these are diagrams that and information that has been compiled over time. That is a kind of the foundational infrastructure for the information, digital information that needs to flow in digital education. We used it at the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development. They contracted us and we built the following application for them to author curriculum in digital format. Okay, what I want to demonstrate there is that many times when we are conveying information on media, we only use two formats of still text and still images, but digital can be a lot richer than that. We can have sound, we can have video, we can have interactivity, and we can have animations, and that's okay. I think so this is a digital textbook. I'll take you very quickly through it. It is the template that is used by the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development. Color, of course, is free in digital, animations, video. And I need to take a pause here and say, in order to localize the source of knowledge, we should look around Kenya and around the counties. I had somebody mention the counties, and find if the counties have got anything to offer to the pool of knowledge. Like this is from Kajiado County, that's Magadi Soda, and the KICD staff went there and captured a lot of knowledge. Now this can be encouraged to other counties. I know there are counties who are in various farmings, fruit farming, and we look at the value chains and that kind of thing. In that way we localize our knowledge pool or the source of where students are learning. Interactivity, a very important one, especially for performance monitoring and reporting. This is where the user can interact with the content that is coming to them, and this is a question that has been posted to the user's device, and it comes with a marking module, and immediately we can see the data mining opportunities start up from a level that is standardized to what we can call in digital lingo trustworthy data, because it's across the board. Any student or any user who answered that question, it is standard across. Now the next, so that is a digital textbook. The device that makes it exciting is, I've got a portable micro server here, which I carry around with me. I can upload the content that I'll be wanting to use in whatever scenario, whether it's a classroom scenario, whether it's a lecture room scenario, and even across other sectors. And because it is portable and it will be off power, so it will power it by battery, then it creates a Wi-Fi. And that's what it has done in this room. And if you look at your Wi-Fi offerings just on your devices, you might find, you will find actually a Wi-Fi by the name Mumbilink. Mumbilink at OTG Player. Anyone seen that? Him going forward.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give him a clap. So, colleagues, I want to take this opportunity to really thank all our presenters today for their very great presentation. I know we've sat for a long time and our sugar levels must be very low, but allow me to give this opportunity to Professor Adwol, who was the moderator, to take it from here.
Thank you very much, Vic. Members, I don't want to try to summarize what these people have said. We have all heard it, and to save time, I'm just going to invite us for any comments and reactions that we may have to what they have said. And then after that, we can call it half day. So I can see Professor Shibairo, your hand is up. Professor Chacha, your hand is up. Professor Kama, and Professor, I need to know your name. Yes, yes, Cargo. So let us go this way then. 1, 2, 3. When I've not. When I come back, you should be 1, 2, 3. So start with Shibairo. Come to Chacha. No, come this way. You know you are cutting corners, Johnson. Just start with Shibairo. His hand was first up, and then you go to Chacha, and then we go to him.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Now, bottom line is how much money do you make? Sir, UFB CEO, I happen to have gone just 1 month ahead of you to UOP, and probably that visit is what generated your going. A few lessons I learned was that as much as we may do all other activities, at the end of the day, the university generates 60% of its funding from school fees and 40% from other sources, meaning 20% from research and another 20% from what we've yet been taken through by Bosira. So what do we learn here? That a university's main source of funding is fees. Where we are being taken, if you listen to the conversation, is that we may reach a point whereby you simply send a student to the university without any fees. That we must correct from treasury thinkers and others. When you go to Toronto, I stay at UBC, sir, for 4.5 years. The university knows a student by how much fees you brought as you came through the gate, not by zero school fees. So we must debunk this notion that people can go to a university with zero fees. They have to pay fees. We need to, and that takes me to point number 2. Maybe we are not communicating, and we have to look for a strategy of communication. There are people in this country who don't understand that, and we have heard about the conversation in Treasury. We need to communicate, find a strategy to communicate. And finally, I agree with the journey you have been taken to, that we must look for other sources of funding. One of them may be this notion that people who are on county levels are not doing anything with the county governments. I'm doing a lot of things with my county government. For example, they have given us land. They are paying fees for students through those other things like bursaries and the like. We have a relationship. And that's why probably we are surviving on the sides. We have to take that a bit higher, and especially about this commercialization in businesses. So thank you. But the bottom line here, we need to pay fees. We also need to communicate. Maybe we are clashing there, because what Professor was saying and this is that understood at Treasury? Is that understood at Parliament and in the government? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Chacha. Just be very brief. Kaka. Don't repeat.
Don't beat about the bush. Okay. 2 things. I think it is important for us to discuss the relationship between county governments, where universities are located, and how they can participate in funding. And the examples are there. The vibrancy of the American university system is divided principally between the private universities and the state universities, which originally were land-grant universities where the states gave their contribution, but the universities also give remission to the students from that in-state. So sometimes when the fees is $10,000 for non-state students, the fees will be only $1,000 per year for the in-state students. So we need a policy framework. We need a structure as to how to inculcate this into our system. The last point I want to make, Professor, is that all these things which we talk about, Oxford, Toronto, whatever, they exist and they can generate that percentage of income even to the state or to the country because the economy is vibrant. You see, we forget that our economies in the continent, for example, our economy in Kenya, is actually a non-performing economy. So even when you tell the universities that you can generate your own money by your research, by working with the private sector, by working with other funders, it is a pipe dream. Because at the end of the day, if these people do not have money, they may wish to use your brains, but they will not bring a lot of money. So let's work on the economy simultaneously as we focus on how to improve our university financial base. Asante.
Thank you very much, Prof. Yes, there was a gentleman here, Professor Mugo, you said yourself? Sorry, no, left. Yeah, the one on the left. No, this one here. Yeah, give him a microphone.
Thank you, Prof.
You said you are Professor?
I'll remind you my name. Gakaho.
Kahu.
Gakaho.
Gakaho.
That's correct. And I'm the chair of Garissa. I was chair of Garissa. I'm chair of Machakos.
Now you're chair of Machakos. Karibu.
Machakos, yes. I want to mention one or two things. When it comes to resources, as Professor Mazrui said many years ago, there's something called aggressive dependency and submissive dependency. On this side, I don't think we are sure whether we are using aggressive dependency to look for resources or submissive dependency. There are some things we assume. I think there is assumed income from the people up front, but we have to focus more on how we sustain ourselves. When you look at funding, you find that we are looking inwards. It is the ministry, it is the county government, etc., forgetting that there is lots of money, with all due respect, in this global village. One of the hottest issues today is the environment. If you go and Google and look at the amount of money the world, particularly the developed world, has committed to bring into the developing world in areas of climate green fund, adaptation funds, it's billions and billions. How many of us here are aware of that? How many have started any activity to access those resources? So the Green Climate Fund, the Adaptation Fund, and there are many more. And all you do is know the mechanisms of how to access that money. I worked with the UN for many years, and there was a lot of money we were bringing into Kenya from those sources, and that money is still there. And the universities never featured in implementing national program funded by global funds. Mr. Chairman, we know about our famous Professor Thomas Odhiambo and ISIPE. It is us who must be the brand. We cannot always looking out. The professors must be brand, gain international recognition, and make their universities or parts of their universities global centers of excellence, and then you learn how to control the flood of money coming in. We seem, Mr. Chairman and Facilitator, to fear change. We have that in us. I remember when the CS, when he came in, he came with mega proposals of how to make changes in the university. They were almost fully resisted because we fear change, because you don't know what is in there for you or for your university. So let's face the bull by the horns and accept that we have to change to move on. Without change, you go back. As a biologist, when growth stops, death starts. So if you cannot grow your resources, you start going down, and don't be surprised. Even big corporates in global markets close. We are small, we can't hide the fact that we are a strategic national institution. Mr. Chairman, the IT, without IT, we are destined to doom. I don't think our universities have been very keen on adopting IT. If you look at those sections in universities they are very small. I'm talking from experience. And what we know, without IT, you are doomed. And we have a Ministry of IT. It is as important as the Ministry of Finance in the universities. What we are doing, we are outsourcing, contracting farms, and we don't understand what these farms do. And one thing, again, is fear of change, what you call metadiosophobia, if you want to refer, because IT is a strong tool to streamline you, to clean up and do all those things. But let me tell you, it has been resisted, and most of us here don't understand the IT systems in our universities. So we are operating on old platforms, and I think we should avoid that. So data, ERP, students, HR, even linking with the ministry, we have been told about the number of students we have are not correct, or we don't know them. Also, we are doing outsourcing, and these IT gurus can actually mess you up. And finally, Mr. Chairman, I think in Kenya and in the universities, we have not come to acknowledge and agree that research is as strategic for our survival as a nation as any other sector. We still treat it as a professor in his lab behind there, but globally, research, whether you are talking about blue chips for IT, or you are talking about medicine, or you are talking about biological warfare, which goes into issues like agriculture, I think we are taking it for granted. And I think it is high time the Ministry of Education, or those strategic institutions which matter, put research higher on the national agenda, things to do with security, food security, etc. And it is high time, if we have, I'm saying if because I don't know any, if we have big thinkers in our universities looking at very strategic chapters, they should be recognized, and those universities or those individuals should be contracted by national strategic institutions. Kenya Medical Research Institute, the Veterinary Vaccine Institute, and many other institutions. Look here. If you look at some of the biggest American universities, they have institutes here, am I right? You go to Kilifi, you find something to do with Americans. You go somewhere else, you go to Kisumu, they come as corporate, they come as civil society, but what they are doing here is so strategic. If I tell you, we lost some very unique bacteria from Bogoria. You know those hot springs? And we are just doing research casually. I think it's the high time, as we move forward with the new government coming in, that we get a strong established setup which will facilitate us to use our best brain to get more information and to hide it for our future and sharing in the world for our benefits. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Chairman. And I am really appreciating the discussions which we are having here. Ringela has left, but let's look at the manner in which our students are being funded, particularly by HELP. Over the years, we as Vice Chancellors, we have seen that many of the students who are really the needy students end up not being funded. And then students who come from fairly rich families, students who went to some of the top-notch private high schools, they are funded. So, therefore, one can say that there is no efficiency in the manner in which these HELP resources are given to students. And in fact, we need a really radical paradigm shift. Probably, we need to follow maybe the American example, where government negotiates with the banks so that those loans to students are given through banks. Banks have got better mechanisms of trying to investigate and know somebody's financial status in terms of the money they are requesting for. So we have got to rethink seriously, because we see it happening and it's not efficient. We have got to find a mechanisms, maybe through the banking system, and it can do slightly better. Mr. Chairman, I find it very strange that our systems, we are talking about CPC, and in many instances, universities are not part and parcel of that conversation. Over the years, Mr. Chairman, we have had situations since we had the Matiang'i, the so-called Matiang'i rules, where I've noted it over the years, and I'm surprised that most of us are very quiet. Last year, Mr. Chairman, there were almost 900,000 students did their Form 4 exams. Of those 900,000 students, Mr. Chairman, is only around 1,040 had a C plus and above. The remaining 760, Mr. Chairman, they had a C and below. And of those, more than 400,000 students had a D plus and below, meaning that there is total mass failure of students. Exams are not exams if students are failing en masse. Nobody has tried to interrogate as why that one is happening, and that has been having an impact to universities, students coming to universities. Mr. Chairman, it has got to be interrogated so that we are able to make sure that we minimize wastage. Students are facilitated to join universities. Even for us, the privately sponsored students, we can be able to have them the way we used to have it, so that we move forward. So that is very, very critical, Mr. Chairman, on that particular issue. Finally, what Professor Busire was talking about the University of Toronto, the University of Oxford, and the way they link up with industry, the way they link up with the private sector, the commercial sector, and then my senior there, Professor Chacha Nyaigoti, says that it's not tenable for us to do it here. But the reality is that we have got to start somewhere. Otherwise, I can tell you, my brothers and sisters, we are going to perish. The point here is that even within among our universities, we as vice chancellors and as management, we know of very many academicians who come up with wonderful ideas, students who come up with innovations and other very unique concepts. But those concepts end up dying in the university itself, and they are not taken over to the industry and also commercialized. We have got to ask ourselves, how can we change that kind of happenings? We must make sure that we change the mode in which we do things. Is there a way in which we as universities, we can link up with the industry? And that's why we were saying yesterday, Mr. Chairman, that we really need a very systematic policy document on how our universities, particularly public universities, to link up with the industry, to link up with the other stakeholders, so that we are able to add synergy and be able to move from creating ideas, innovations, into producing products which will create wealth, and as we move forward in those lines.
Are you
thank
okay?
you very much.
Okay, now those of you who are, we have a choice. We take all of you now, or we miss lunch, because lunch is closing at 3 o'clock, and I've just been reminded that we are getting to 2:15. So if we are not in good time, then we will eat dinner. Now, those of you who are putting your hands up, I promise that I'm going to allow you to talk. But if you give a lecture, I will stop you, because I'm not ready to miss lunch myself. So please, just make yourself very quick, And these people are not going to respond to you now because they will take your questions. When we come back, we'll reconvene here so that you people can respond. So please, yeah, I agree with you. It will work. It will work. Just make it brief. Karibu.
I'll make it. Thank you very much, Professor Duol. Thank you very much. It's my first time. Some people have spoken 3, 4, 5 times. I would like to address very quickly, not more than 1 minute, what Professor Bosire said about internationalizing students. I want to give example. Data is supreme. Australia has 39 universities, very comparable to the number in Kenya. They are all public universities, hardly private, state-run, all of them. In 2019, on average, 27% of on-campus students, because some are off-campus, were international students. Some of them had 42, up to 50% international students. Now, the source markets for these students, China, India, Vietnam, Indonesia, the biggest population areas in the world. We've got to think demographics. Revenue from international students rose from Australian dollars 25 billion in 2009 to about Australian dollars 40 billion in 2019, making Australian higher education the third largest export after iron and coal. The ability to turn exports of this country and strengthen this economy from materials like coffee and tea and cut flowers to Britain is in your hands. You've got to change those exports from coffee, tea, blah, blah, to exporting educational services and also health services. Why are our patients going to India? They should be coming here from the region. This could be the center of medical tourism, educational tourism in the world, in Africa and in the world. It is all in your hands. Very quickly, last line, Professor Duol. I went to do my PhD at the University of Reading in 1989, and when I got there on a Commonwealth scholarship, the university had won the Queen's Award for Export. What does that mean? It had earned the highest income for Britain among all the universities in Britain. And so we got Queen Elizabeth II's Award for Export. God rest her soul in peace. When are we going to get President Ruto's Award for Export in any one university in Kenya? The challenge is in your hands. Thank you very much, Professor.
Okay, Jackie, you took 3 minutes. Should have been shorter. Yes, there was there are two people. Yes, yourself, Ngamau, quickly, and then your hand has been up.
Okay, thank you, moderator. Mine is going to be very brief. It's about this issue of placement of students, and this is the issue of on the basis of National Development Agenda. And Dr. Agnes presented to us what the new government, Kenya Kwanza, have presented as their National Development Agenda. And we need to see how we can be able to realign this. This is because, one, the way we have been training students, we get a lot of students who are going out there and they are jobless. And there are other programs which have a lot of opportunities, but there are no students who are taking up some of these programs. One of the programs we have, and we have been talking about niche universities. We are the Cooperative University of Kenya, and our key program, which is Bachelor of Cooperative Business. This year, we got only 7 students placed by the KUCCPS. It means that if the government's agenda of this, and they have said they are going to establish a Ministry of Cooperatives and SME Development is to be realized, then we need to have support for such kind of programs. And we should reform the way we place students, and probably we should have scholarships based on what is the national agenda, so that you are saying these are the national government agenda, there are so many scholarships. If you apply to these programs, you can even be funded fully. If you want to go and do another program which is not in the national government agenda, then you sponsor yourself. And I think this is something we need to look at. And then we also, as universities, have been feeling we need a bit of more, I don't want to use the word that had been used earlier, opaqueness, but more transparency when it comes to placement. In the days of JAB, we would get full information on all the students who have been placed in all universities, but that information now is no longer forthcoming, and I think it is something we need to have. And lastly, I talked about niche universities. I think Prof. From Moi, Kosgei, talked about how they have moved from their engineering and others, and now they are in every other area. I think JKUAT and Egerton have also moved. Let us see how we can build institutions of excellence in their niche areas. And that can only happen, and we can only attract students into those programs, even internationally, if they are well funded. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. My first time to contribute, I'll be very brief. If I had more time, I'll talk. Chairman, Moi University, Dr. Yuguna. I'm happy that Simon, our PS, is here, because I'm a frequent visitor, we as a council, to his office. And the biggest elephant in this council is the funding of Moi University, of our public universities. We must agree that we are in ICU on issues of financing, and in fact we are suffering from systematic organ failure in that particular area. And if we come out of this workshop without a way forward on how to sort out the issue of funding with these top brains, because these are top brains, this is a top think tank when it comes to university, you have failed. My feeling is this, and I have told this, I have been talking to our peers, we must address the issue of fees. We can no longer continue levying 16,000 shillings in our public universities. We educate our children in our secondary schools. Some of these secondary schools have been a chairman of Mangu High School. We spared as much as 100,000 shillings fees. Then how do you charge 16,000 shillings for university education? That's a reality we must face and we must discuss, because I think we are overprotecting this dependence. We must face it. It's an issue that must be addressed. That is it sustainable to continue charging 16,000 shillings for our public university when it comes to matters of fees? If you ask me, I will say, as much as we are talking about exchequer funding, and we are now over 40 public universities, do we think it's sustainable for our exchequer to support 100% our financial needs and requirements? I don't think so. So the issue of fees, by the end of this workshop, there should be a definite way forward. The other thing is that we should be able to do a proper SWOT analysis on our public universities, because our strength is our resource. Professors in agriculture, professors in medicine, professors in all those areas, that's our strongest point. How do we utilize these resources? In Moi University, when I went there, my council is about 1.5 years. I was surprised that we have 3,500 acres of idle land from 1984. And we have a permanent river. And next to us, we have the Keseses Dam, which is over 400 acres, unutilized. If I had time, I'll tell you, I'll give you an analysis of one of our projects that we are doing there, apple farming. And our projection is that if we get funding, and we are looking for, right now we have 100 acres of apples that we have planted. And the projection is, in 4 years' time, we can tell the exchequer, we don't need your money. In fact, we can support other universities. Come and see what we are doing. I'm saying, let us do something inward-looking, resource mobilization, because it's possible. Because how can you explain that since 1984, in Moi University, we have had 3,500 acres of very arable land unutilized, and you have a school of agriculture? I'm just giving an example. I'm not trying to. So what's happening also in Meru University, JKUAT, Egerton University. So what am I saying? That we must start doing inward-looking approaches to resource mobilization, because it's possible. We were talking about industrial linkages. I like that idea, because Moi owns 100% Rivertex. But recently, it was taken over by Ministry of Industrialization. After doing so much and putting so much effort, and being a very good industrial linkage, because we are saying our textile engineering students, that's a very good platform for training. But after the baby has taken off, and the baby is very healthy, it's taken over. So what can we do to protect some of these industrial linkages? The same thing happens to Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital. The first of its kind, perhaps like KU Referral, after the baby is doing very well and so on, it's taken over. It's supposed to be a platform for training, a platform for advancing our skills as a university. So we need that protection, our peers, such that I hope by the time we grow the apple farming, because we are going to do perhaps a factory to produce vinegar, to produce apple juice, and 90% of our apples are imported in this country, so there is a gap. So we are going to do an outgrowers matrix, because we would want to do apple farming the way perhaps we have done avocado farming and so on in this country. I hope when it comes to that, again, it will not be taken over by the Minister of Agriculture. So it is important, because the biggest issue, in my opinion, in this workshop is funding, finances. And allow me to say this, with due respect to everybody, there is no romance without finance. So if we sort out finance, we have sorted out our issues. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, people. We have agreed that I don't think I want to add on anything at this point. We are already very late for lunch. So let us get out of here quickly, go and get lunch. It is 2:15, is it? What is the time? What is the time you have on your clock? I don't have a clock. It is 2:30. Lunch is getting closed at 3 o'clock. So those of you who get late there, you will get nothing. Let us
of about 20 minutes or so. Thank you so much.
I can call them up. Eh? Okay, let me kindly request the panelists to come up. We will take the shortest time, maybe about 10 minutes. Yeah. To Coops, okay, Karibu. Who are the others?
Only Ogot and Agnes are still there. The others have left. Where's Mr. Ogot?
Mr. Ogot.
So that we can respond to
Yes.
the issues that were raised.
Agnes is here. Joyfrey has left. And Charles has left. I think, Prof, we can start. So members, we want to just ask our panelists to respond to your questions. Yeah.
Thank you very much, colleagues. The panelists, I think Geoffrey Monari has left, and Charles Ringera has also left, but their questions can still be responded to by some of us who are up here whenever we can. So I would like to welcome the three who are still available. Agnes Wahome is here, and Dismas Ogot is here, and Professor Manyi is here. So we will try to take up the questions that we can take up. Those ones that we are not able to take will probably be responded to in a different way. We'll communicate to the people who are not here. So I don't know whether you people took any notes on what you think was relevant to yourself. There's some of them I can be able to respond to also. So Agnes, do you remember any question that you needed to respond to? So please, move on.
There was just one question to Coops on placement, and this was a concern by Professor Ngamau, Cooperative University, on the number of students who applied for a program in cooperative, Bachelor of Science, I think, in Cooperative Studies. I think what we all need to appreciate is that the placement process allows the students to choose the programs themselves. So we are not able to determine or to decide for the students what program to be placed in. It is their choice. And that is one of the main areas in the policy, that we place them according to or based on their choices, and that's why we give them an opportunity to make 4 choices. So if they do not get the first one, they have the second and the third. And those who do not apply, previously those who did not apply were shared. And in the last 2 years, we have not shared students. And we realized there were concerns that universities felt their numbers were going down because the shared students, they would account for the shared students as part of their students. But we got a directive from the CS that if you do not apply, then you are not placed, because you cannot be given a program that you did not apply for. So all the students, 123,000 who are in universities now, are in the programs that they applied for. Now, in terms of the information, on placement, previously we have had the stakeholders. Once the process is over, we would call the vice chancellors and have a stakeholders meeting. This had not happened since COVID came into being. So we are looking at having the stakeholders now, given that we have been able to manage the situation. So moving forward, we will continue with the stakeholders to present the outcome or the results of the placement. However, we also need to be careful on the information that we share. Previously, we have seen the information shared on placement, once it lands in the wrong hands, comes out in the media as useless courses or universities that are not preferred, and we do not want to have students to choose courses or choose universities because of such influence by the media. So we also have to be careful on the kind of information that goes out. But all the institutions, all the universities got the list of the students that were placed in their institutions, and a compiled list was provided, was tabled to the board, approved by the board, and that shared with the ministry. So kindly bear with us. Moving forward, we'll definitely have stakeholders as we have done in the past. Thank you.
Professor Ngamau, that was a response to your concern, although I think that what you were driving at was the possibility of the ministry, or government for that matter, coming up with preferential treatment for various groups of students in courses that are considered to be probably strategic but might not be popular with students. I think that's what he was driving at. How can government, for example, he gave the cooperative university students who need to study cooperative studies, is there a way in which they can be given such a course? We can say you are going to get special scholarship to study so that students can be attracted to it, because at face value students might say we don't want to do that course. I think that was his interest. I will ask Dismas if you have anything you picked up that you want to respond to. Did you pick anything up? No? And Professor Bosire, did you pick up anything that you want to respond to? Yes. Good.
Thank you. I want to respond to my friend, Professor, and I think Dr. Gakau did talk very close to what I had discussed, Professor Kama, and the Vice Chancellor Kabianga. I want to say that being in Nairobi, we are at the hub. Nairobi is the hub of Africa, apart from Johannesburg. But we are better than Johannesburg because we are the only city not in Africa, but the Southern Hemisphere that hosts 2 full UN agencies and a number of international bodies that have resources to spend. And there are several universities from as far as Australia that have campuses here in Nairobi. US, UK. If you go to UK website, you will see their exporting programs and recruiting students. We know that even the rural Upper Moro, there is a school there called Turi. People just fly in, some from beyond the Kenyan borders. Those students have to go to universities. So, what would it take for us as a universities, public universities, to start thinking like Strathmore? Strathmore is offering programs that it is not known for. If someone does some research, you'll find that I've had a conversation with them. They are generating a lot of revenue because they understand how the dynamics of the 21st century university. And because of that, to generate revenue, there are two ways. Through fees, which our universities get, but they are also going into now what they call micro-credentialing. Building small business development groups within their departments, their faculties, who leverage on their strength. They go to institutions, corporates. We are good at this. We can solve your problems. They do needs assessment, and they are generating a lot of revenue. In Canada, that's what now they are doing. They are not depending on traditional Bachelor of degrees. Because, for example, there is a college, we were trying to work with them. A 3-day course is $2,000, $200,000. That's the amount 2 students will pay in a year. But they are leveraging, because most corporates are saying, we have money, but we want our staff to be upskilled. And I think that's the direction that Strathmore is generating revenue. And we have that capacity. We need to have strong teams. And when it comes to internationalization, we need to start thinking at the department level and the schools and the faculty. Like we went with Professor Odhiambo, my Vice Chancellor. We went to Dalhousie. We went to Faculty of Agriculture. There was school international office at the agriculture faculty. And they are in every faculty. Theirs is to develop, to engage communities outside Canada. And for example, that college, that faculty came to learn that they are in Uganda. And they are on a World Bank project. They are developing a center of excellence in agriculture, worth I think is $100 million US, or 11 billion Kenyan shillings. So I think, again, we have to start somewhere. We have to, again, we can tell the corporates out there we can do this, but let's go to our in-house. How are our faculty and professional staff trained in terms of capability to deliver these short courses, corporate courses, which generate quick revenue to support university programs? I think that's my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Sorry, colleagues, as I said, we lost 2 members, so they are not able to respond. There are a number of issues that were raised by you people, and I'll just take them one by one. Shibairo, 60% from school fees, 40% from other sources. I think we are in agreement. This one just needs to go into the, those who are taking notes, I think we should put this in the notes, that this was raised up as a point, that it is expected that this is what happens in universities, 60-40. You are concerned that we should communicate, we should have a proper strategy on how to communicate. I think that should go again into our final report. Other sources of funding, this was raised by yourself and Professor Chacha, talking about county governments, how we can work with counties. I think this one should be recorded. Universities need to explore the possibility of working much more closely with county governments. There are already a number of universities doing that. And universities can generate, can't generate due to the fact that our economies are not working. Yes, but the question is who comes first? I think it is the universities that are expected to help grow the economy. So that is a challenge for us. Dr. Gaku, you were talking about, you said that your comment was on funding available from environment, and we have not recognized research as strategic. I think this is, again, this is something that should go into the record so that when we finally form a committee and we are looking at the issues we should address, that becomes an important point. And then Professor Kama, funding by HELP. Or students, you want that students who are coming from well-to-do families, you say that many of them are getting HELP loan when they don't deserve. I represent you, Vice Chancellors, on the HELP board, and I thought that we try. There? Yeah. So we represent you. I represent you on a HELP board. Usually, every effort is made to give loans to those who are deserving, but sometimes it is possible that, depending on the information that is on the form, if it is not properly captured, maybe somebody will not be telling the truth. But I can assure you that HELP tries as much as possible to fund those people who deserve to be funded. But I'm going to take up this with Charles Ringera. CBC, you said universities are not part of it so far, and I don't know, but we have not, I don't think universities, we have had a lot of engagement on CBC, and we were just discussing this with one of our colleagues at lunchtime, and it is something we need to engage on a little bit more intensively with the ministry and those people who are responsible for CBC if we are to be part of it. So there, I'm in agreement with yourself that should go into our records. Dr. Wario, international students, how do we leverage ourselves so that education is an element of export? You gave example of Australia. I think Australia started on this over 20 years ago when they declared that education was going to be an international export commodity, and I think they spent money on this. If you look at Australian universities, I think they have some of the best websites, some of the best information you can get from any university, because they're marketing themselves so that they can attract students from places like this. And I think they are among the most expensive universities you can get in the world today. So obviously they are making money. So you are wondering why Kenya cannot make money out of this. We should take this in our notes, but what I can say is this. We need to start by attracting students from within the region, isn't it? DRC has just come to East Africa. What are we doing about it? Are we attracting students from Rwanda? Are we attracting students from Uganda? Now, for that to happen, we have to offer programs that are attractive, and our universities should be attractive. We are always challenged that we are not international, but with some of the facilities we have in our universities, you can't be international. A small example, once upon a time at the University of Nairobi, I don't know whether I was dean or principal, but no, I think I was dean. And South Africa had just opened up, and there were very many Kenyans who had run south to go and teach there. So South Africans had a very strong view of our education system. And I got people visiting us from there to try to bring their students to come and learn with us, including Botswana and Namibia. But when they came in and saw our facilities, they couldn't believe that these are the same facilities that produce such good people who are teaching in their universities there. Needless to say, they never brought their students. So, if we want to attract international students, I think first of all we must make our universities attractive. Examples in Kenya are quoted of USIU and Strathmore. But it must be understood that those universities have invested a lot of money in what it is they need to be doing. And so they become attractive to students. Our public universities are not yet quite there. Now, Professor Ngamau, yours is already responded to. And then finally, the chair of Moi University who spoke last, your main concern was that we should really address the issue of funding. By the time we leave here, we should have a clear picture of how we want to fund our universities. I don't think that that is a point we can flog any further. It has been flogged many times, and I think it should go into our notes. and we should put it up our sleeve so that when tomorrow we are making final resolutions, we take a position on how universities should be funded. I think these are the issues that came up in our in the last session, and with that, I think that we bring this to an end. You are not satisfied about what I've said? I thought you made very extensive presentation the other time, or we have missed something. What have I missed? There? Please, just 1 second, but just make it short. Make it short, please. Don't elaborate too much then. I will allow you because you are a chair of council. Thank you.
Chairman, just an ordinary participant, but the point is going to Dr. Wahome. In 1985, when we started Moi University, I was the founder of Department of Wildlife Management. And it took time to convince Senate that we can admit diploma students from Weka to come and study wildlife. It was an uphill task, and I won, and they were admitted. Some of them ended up being the professors in the university. They performed better than direct entry. The question is, does COOPS have a way of admitting distinction diploma students from our tertiary institutions? Thank you.
Agnes, just take 1 second, please, Professor Micheka. We need to have the next session working, please, because we are opening a Pandora's box.
No, I'm not even answering. I'm really not getting to that one, but let me say this. Thank you so much indeed, Prof, for having a very nice chair, and I'm sorry I was not here yesterday to be with you. But my 6-hour sitting, really, I like to say this, Prof. Just now, my name is Micheka Ratemo. I'm the chairperson of the National Research Fund, and I've listened very carefully on your paper and the actual papers that touched on research. Prof, let me not go into every university here, PS, they will always, and we shall always come to you for money. Even if I met you on the street, my next question is, a project is stagnated. Let me come to a resolution for tomorrow, sir. Having listened to you very carefully, could it be in order for the NRF, where we have been just about 2 months, to include the following, and I shall use it for the advertisement, that anybody applying for any research fund from NRF should show proof of, say, 40% research proven backward, and that the university from which that proposal is emanating must show commitment that that member of staff should have had a clear 40% time of research. Then you are pushing people to think and say, my 20%, 30% for research will indeed be funded. Failure to which we say, even when we fund, you know that word is heavy, sustainable. I would have put the status of universities and the national transformation even through research. So I'm really throwing back to you, Prof, having done those staff-student ratios, so that we make universities that matter in research. Or can the cabinet paper be drawn and say, of the 36 universities or 70, 10 are 100% research, and the members being interviewed to go there will indeed do just research, nothing else. 50% teaching and research. Another 10% teaching and 90% research. In other words, can we make almost a law pushing universities that are matured, the first 5, to now tilt, even when you hire, you say, you have come in here with proven success, that your work will be research and teaching in those proportions. You try to edit it, see how you can get it. I'm actually getting to you.
Okay, well done. Thank you very much. Finally, Alice Wahome, take 1 minute and respond to that question of diploma.
Yes, I am. Okay, thank you. Now, on the placement of students who have done diploma and want to proceed to degree, we are not placing at the moment. We have had discussions with Kenya National Qualifications Authority, KNQA, because the question has been, if a student has done a diploma for 3 years and they want to go into a degree program, must they start from first year? I know we've had discussions around agriculture. The last 2 years we've met at Egerton University, and Prof, I can see Prof was part of the team, because we were looking at how can they carry some, some credits on and not have to start from first year. But we know that is another source of income for the universities, because they take the students from diploma into degrees. But there are still issues of transfer of credits, because there is a feeling that once somebody has a diploma, then there are some courses they may need to be exempted from. Thank you.
Okay, I thought you were going to say what I would have said. Thank you, thank you. Yes, it is happening. At the Technical University of Kenya, if you have a 3-year diploma, you will come in, you will join a 4-year program in year 3, and you will graduate in 4th year after 2 years. And we have been doing that since January 2009. So the only thing that I expected her to respond to is that those people don't get funded. And yet the government promised that they will be funding those people. So those who, as much as it is part of our major mandate, we are reduced to getting students coming into those programs on their own steam. We were supposed to provide opportunity for diploma graduates to proceed on to degree. We do that, but you have to pay for yourself. And that is why it is not so widespread. But if you know anybody, 3-year diploma, 2 years, you have your degree. All that is left is funding. So thank you very much, people. We were supposed to take just 15 minutes. And I hope we are ending well. Professor Micheka, you are still unhappy, but now whatever is left, we are going to discuss with you over a cup of tea. And then I will communicate to these people, I don't know through how, maybe through WhatsApp. Thank you very much. Let me hand over to the chair.
Thank you very much, Professor Abdul. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's been a long but very, very useful session. Our visitors, we had CEOs from various organizations, and they have really told us, given us information on various areas we wanted to know. So can we give our visitors a hand of applause? Thank you. And then can we also give is it a moderator? Our moderator a hand. He's really done a great job. Yes. I don't want to say please give the chair lady a clap, but thank you very much. And now I'm happy to hand over to the next chair, Professor Kioni.
Thank you very much. It's a clap for the chair. Done a good job. So we now come to the last, basically the last session. There are 2 presentations. One is on universities as a factor in the transformation of the economy, and the presentation is based on the KAIST experience. This is the Korea Advanced Institute of Science and Technology. We have Dr. Rusrida Owor, who is going to make the presentation. There is also a short video that was sent by Professor Pong Hyung Seong, who is coordinating the project from the Korean side. Dr. Rusrida is coordinating the Kenya ICE project. and she will tell us about it. We don't have presentation on integration of research, education, and extension of Vision 2030 projects because the Principal Secretary of State Department of Infrastructure is not available. So we have that presentation, then we have a short plenary, then after that we'll go to the next session on strategies for realizing the allocation of 2% of the national budget to research and integration of STI in the university ecosystem. And for that, we have the CEO, Nakosti, or the representative. I don't know whether they are here. We have also the CEO, Kenya National Innovation Agency, Dr. Tony Omwansa. And we also have the CEO of NRF, and the chairman of NRF is here, or the representative. So we have, I've seen Jemima Onsale here, so you're the one who is going to present? Okay. So with that, it's my pleasure to welcome Dr. Lucida Owol to make her presentation.
Principal Secretary, State Department for University Education and Research, chairs of the councils, vice chancellors, CEOs from various state corporations, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We are going to listen to the video. Thereafter, I'm going to give a 15 minutes presentation. Karibuni.
Everyone. I'm Pung Song, a professor emeritus in nuclear engineering and also the project manager of Kenya ICE.
The video is a presentation by the project manager from
KAIST.
the consultant
Thank you very
consortium
much for giving me a
in
chance
Korea.
to give this presentation today, and I'm very much honored. I'm sorry that I cannot physically attend the conference and give this presentation. Today, I was asked to give a presentation with the title KAIST and how it transformed the Korean economy, and it is the title of my presentation. This is the order of my presentation today: Korea's miracle on the Han River, KAIST past and present, and Kenya ICE project. So Korea, KAIST, and Kenya ICE. About a half century ago, Korea was one of the poorest countries in the world after the Korean War. In 1953, the GDP per capita was only $67, and General MacArthur said it will take at least 100 years to rebuild this country. In 1961, the GDP per capita was just $94, and a Japanese government report says Korean economy is now facing so many desperate situations, including overpopulation, scarcity of resources, undeveloped industry, and lack of administrative capability. However, actually, Korea has been rebuilt dramatically fast over the last 50 years. Korea had phenomenal compressed economic growth from the poorest country to one of the world's top 10 economies, and they call it the miracle on the Han River. Total GDP increased from $2.3 billion in 1962 to about $1,800 billion in 2021, which is about 800 times, and GDP per capita increased from $106 in 1962 to about $35,000 in 2021, which is more than 300 times. And the exports increased by nearly 12,000 times in 60 years. This figure shows the GDP per capita growth of Korea. In 1964, Korea exported pork, squid, and wheat, but these days Korea is exporting semiconductors, automobiles, secondary battery cells, and biohealth, and so on. In this figure, you can find how much was the GDP per capita and how much was the export and what kind of product of exports they had at specific years. Then it is very natural for us to ask a question. What makes such phenomenal growth possible? Many people say there are three driving factors for the miracle on the Han River. The first was the vision of some exceptional leaders. There were many visionary leaders in politics as well as in economics, science, etc. Here are some visionary figures. This is President Park Chung-hee, who led the dramatic economic growth. And this is the President Kim Dae-jung, who led to making Korea a democratic country. And this is Lee Byung-chul, who is the founder of Samsung companies. And this is Jung Ju-young, who is the founder of Hyundai automobile manufacturing companies. There are many others, but I skip in the interest of time. The second driving factor for the miracle of Han River was the strategy of the technocrats. They made the blueprint for an industrial nation, and they had 5-year economic development plan and 7 times from 1960 to 1996. I cannot go in detail due to the time limit, but overall, the technocrats recognized the importance of science and technology for economic development and had technology advancement plan. These were securement of technological knowledge and human capital, acceleration in technology introduction, and building infrastructure for promoting science and technology. The third driving factor for the miracle on the Han River was the foundation of KAIST. It was a beacon of hope for the fast modernization of Korea. In 1970, Thurman report says that KAIST will, by the year 2000, be a great institute of technology with an international reputation and will have become the model for a number of analogous institutions in other lands. It will have spearheaded a new era in education. Even more important, KAIST will have enhanced the self-confidence of Koreans and will have become a cornerstone in the establishment of a stable, free society in Korea. Now I begin talking about KAIST. This slide shows the brief background of KAIST Foundation. In the late 60s, elite students went abroad to study, and Korea had a serious brain drain problem. At that time, Dr. Keum Mo-chung, who used to be a consultant to Kenyan President Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta until recently, submitted an innovative proposal in 1969 to establish an innovative graduate-oriented university for fostering science and engineering talents. With the loan of $6 million for the project, a feasibility study was performed, and the feasibility study report was called the famous Thurman Report. The Korean government approved the project and promulgated a special law for the establishment of an institute in August 1970. Please pay attention to the red one, special law. This institute is not under the Ministry of Education, but it is under the Ministry of Science and Technology, and it does not allow a name of university, but it is named as KAIST. KAIST. KAIST is an old name of KAIST and was established by the special law in February 1971. Okay, KAIST is Korea's first research-oriented university, which is governed by special law, and KAIST is a special institution that is not subject to the supervision of the Ministry of Education, and KAIST is a graduate-oriented university without undergraduate, and KAIST is operating an autonomous and flexible academic system. KAIST adopts an extraordinary scholarship program and admission system. KAIST offered all admitted students dormitories and scholarship and exemption from military service for Korean male students. Please pay attention to exemption from military services. It is a great privilege of being KAIST students at that time. And KAIST introduced a westernized admission system, and KAIST mandated publication of doctoral thesis in an international journal. KAIST also implemented performance-based recruitment system for the first time. KAIST adopted a performance-based faculty hiring process, and KAIST offered extraordinary incentives, including free housing and an annual salary 3 times the average. Please pay attention to the red one, an annual salary 3 times the average of the salary of professors in other universities. And KAIST recruited top experts in science and engineering back to Korea from overseas. So with these exceptional professors and students, KAIST has achieved many firsts. The first internet of the nation, the first satellite of the nation, the first supercomputer of the nation, and the first humanoid robot called Hubo of the nation, and so on. Hubo won the world champion in DARPA robotics challenges in 2015. These are just a few examples, and there are many others. KAIST also took the lead in attesting to Korea's scientific prowess. KAIST did research, and they published very good research papers to prestigious journals, as you can see in the slide. KAIST also produced many entrepreneurs who seek out innovation. In 1980s, KAIST has produced Korea's first generation of venture startup pioneers. And in 1990s, KAIST alumni have become Korea's leading IT entrepreneurs. Naver is a big company, I think within number 5 in Korea. And from 2000 and on, KAIST continuously nurtures entrepreneurship in a variety of fields. Most of all, KAIST produced many highly educated science and technology workforce, which is crucial for the economic development of Korea. As of December 2020, there are about 12,000 students enrolled, and KAIST has about 650 faculty members. It conferred degrees to nearly 70,000 people. Nearly 25% of Samsung R&D workforce is KAIST graduates, and nearly 20% of all Korean universities' engineering faculty are KAIST graduates. And many executives of companies like Samsung and LG graduated from KAIST. In summary, KAIST is considered to be one of the most successful projects of US aid. In a report, it says, KAIST provides an example of how Korea, once a recipient of international aid, has become a STI plus P leader. STI plus P means science, technology, innovation, and partnerships. Now I want to talk about Kenya ICT briefly. This is the future view of Kenya ICT once the construction is completed. Under the leadership of former President Mr. Mwai Kibaki, the Republic of Kenya launched the Kenya Vision 2030 in 2008. The objective of Vision 2030 is to help transform Kenya into a newly industrializing middle-income country, providing a high quality of life to all its citizens by 2030 in a clean and secure environment. The Kenya Vision 2030 is to be implemented in successive 5-year plans, with the first covering the period 2008 to 2012. The current administration of Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta, who is the fourth president of Kenya, has picked 4 key economic deliverables known as the Big Four in 2018 within the framework of Vision 2030. Big Four agenda has 4 initiatives. They are food security, affordable housing, universal health care, and enhanced manufacturing. However, we all agree that Vision 2030 or Big Four agenda is hardly implementable without strong science and technology capability, which calls for the indigenous capability of science and technology and innovation. It is the reason why Kenya came to be interested in establishing a special science and technology-oriented university in Kenya. After considering many science and technology-oriented universities in the world, Kenya came to decide to benchmark the KAIST, Korea Advanced Institute of Science and Technology. It is because KAIST has contributed to Korea's fast-tracking industrialization by providing skilled engineers and performing strategic R&D for the nation. As I already told you, about 15% of the Korean total venture companies' asset is from KAIST startups, and about 25% of Samsung's R&D workforce and 20% of Korea's engineering faculty are comprised of KAIST graduates. KAIST also ranks 41 in QS World University Rankings 2022, or 16 in the engineering field in QS World University Rankings 2022. KAIST could contribute to Korean economy development like this because it had a special law, and the special law could make all these special things like governmental funding, competitive faculty step salary, military service exemption, tuition waiver, and stipend for all students possible. Now I want to show this graph again. In 1961, the GDP per capita of Korea was 94 US dollars, and the GDP per capita of Kenya was 95 US dollars. In 2020, the GDP per capita of Korea was over $31,000. Actually, it is near $35,000 in 2021, and that of Kenya is $1,838. You can see when the long-term plan and KAIST started in Korea, and you can see when the long-term plan and Kenya KAIST is being started in Kenya in the graph. I believe that the GDP per capita of Kenya will increase sharply after you successfully establish the Kenya KAIST, but I strongly believe Kenya KAIST must be treated very specially with a special law for success. I have an interesting story with me. There was a very strong antipathy against having KAIST special law in the cabinet at that time, in 1969 and in 1970. When President Park Chung-hee presided over a cabinet meeting in 1970, one powerful cabinet member, the minister of the Ministry of Education, said that there is no need to have a special institute in Korea. All we have to do is to support existing universities like Seoul National University more. However, at that time, the minister of the Ministry of Finance and the champion in the cabinet who supported the establishment of KAIST raised his hand, stood up, and said, KAIST is not being established for the education of the nation, but for the economic development of the nation. So we have to treat KAIST differently from other universities. This is what the Korean cabinet member said for creating the KAIST special law. So KAIST is decided to have a special law and not to be under Ministry of Education, but under the Ministry of Science and Technology. If we change just one word and repeat again, Kenya KAIST is not being established for the education of the nation, but for the economic development of the nation. So we have to treat Kenya KAIST differently from other universities. Now, this is a summary of my presentation. First, higher education with vision, innovation, and passion is a crucial growth engine for the rapid development of a nation. Second, Korea provides a living example of how a nation, once a recipient of international aid, has become a developed country by establishing a special science and technology-oriented institute like KAIST. Third, innovative policies played a critical role in the success of KAIST and the development of the Korean economy. Innovative policies include 3 times salary and also the military service exemption and so on. Fourth, hope that Kenya KAIST will become another example of growth engine for its own nation, Kenya. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have any questions or comments, please contact me by email shown here. Thank you.
Okay, I think that presentation was quite clear. And since I want to be a pastor when I grow up, and up here makes me feel like a pastor, I can come down so that I can be able to present better. At the same time, there is no pointer, so I may need to show some of the presentations here. As said yesterday, I'm Owuor, Deputy Director, Research, Kenya ICT Project Manager. This is, oh, sorry. Then next to it, we have the Education Block A and Education Block B. Education Block A and B, they are also three-story building, and it accommodates the lecture halls. Also, we have the laboratories there, and also some offices for the faculty staff. When you go back there, we have the house center. This is education area. There is the housing center. The first floor that you're seeing, the first building, is a 7-floor building. It is for single students. And the second one there is a 5-floor building. It is for married students. So those who are married will be taken care of. They'll be staying on that building. This is called Student House 1, Student House 2. Then we have Faculty House 1 and Faculty House 2. Those are for the faculty members, and they are 4 floors each. I've already said that, where we are going to accommodate what. Then under the introduction, basically we've been told about the Kenya ICT, and we've also been told that there is a collaboration between the government of Kenya and that one of Korea. And actually this project is being funded through EDCF of the Republic of Korea via Kesim Bank. The funding is up to 13.3 billion, with the government of Kenya giving 1.8 billion. The other one is from the government of Korea. And one thing we should put behind our mind is that this is a loan that is going to be paid for over a period of 40 years. So the MOE between the two governments was signed on 23rd April 2021, and this project starts the construction from the scratch. We've been told in the previous presentation that it only accommodates masters and PhD students, and these students must be engineers. That is one thing he had forgotten to say. So the project actually was supposed to start earlier, but due to COVID pandemic, it started last year in September 2021. So actually it ends on 23rd September 2023. That has been said. It is a model from the Korea ICT, and the feasibility study report of 2015 actually indicated what already Professor Pong has told us of how KAIST in Korea has done magic as far as economic development is concerned. Then this also has been shared, the Kenyan GDP and the Korean, and what KAIST is able to do. Also, Professor Pong was able to appreciate that 25% of the Samsung currently are students who were once from Kenya ICT, is now the abbreviation for the other one. So based on the contract agreement, we are going to have the Korean members being with us here in Kenya ICT for some period of time. And also the Kenyan faculties will also visit Korea so that they can collaborate in areas of research. And one key thing about this institute is that it is research-based. A lot of collaboration between the research institutions and also this institution, and also the industries and also this particular institution, majorly with intention of economic development. Highly qualified scientists and engineers in Kenya and also in the region and in the world as a whole. This institution is a model institution for training ST&I that other institutions may emulate, so in the region and in the world as a whole. This institution is a model institution for training ST&I that other institutions may emulate. Of the project as per now, we have the site temporary structures which are occupied by the contractor. The contractor here is BOMI Engineering and Consortium and Construction Engineers. And then we have the consultant who is KAIST, and also SAMO and Sanjin. Each one of them had their responsibilities. SAMO is the one that did the drawings and designs. KAIST is the one that is looking at the education aspects of this particular project. And then we have Sanjin, who's actually doing the actual supervision now on the ground. Then we are going to look at also the status in terms of construction, and also, oh, the person controlling the presentation is very fast. Please go back if you don't mind. Then we are also going to have the education documents that have been developed as far as the operationalization of this institution is concerned. Because according to the agreement between the two countries, the first student should be on board by next year in September. And actually this month, September, we are supposed to have the president of Kenya IST, the vice president of Kenya IST, and the key administrator ERP who had come to Dedan Kimathi to discuss the issues of ERP. Then here we have the site as 2nd of February 2022, where our PS was there with the CEO, our PS, the CEO of KOTDA, and then we have the consultants who had come on board, and also the BOMI guys have been cut off here. Then here we have Professor Pong, the project manager, who was just given the presentation. This is how the site was looking as per 2nd February. Only excavation had been done and blinding had been done. So this will help us to appreciate where we are now. So this is also in March now, where they were trying to work on the campus core, that is the signature building or administrative block, because actually it was supposed to have been commissioned by the president by June, the former president, by June 2022. Next. Then this is also the project manager, Kim. This is another deputy project manager, she's called Helen. This is an engineer from the contractor. This is still in March. Okay, this one is now how the housing area was looking at in March. We can proceed to the next one. So as per Monday, this is where we are as far as campus core is concerned. They are out from the foundation. They have, the ground floor is done. They are now putting up the pillars for the first floor. And as it is today, already these pillars have been concreted and they are being cured. Next. So this one is education block A. This is where we are at. Now VC is harassing me. Ladies are never harassed. Then we have education block B. This is where we are. Yeah, you can move faster. Then this is faculty house 1. That is where there's, the students, the faculty members will stay. This is faculty house 2. That's where we are at. This is student house 1. Student house 2. Move to the next one. This is the utility building, now the management house, which is just 1 floor. Then this is the achievement that have been done so far. We have Kenya ICE curriculum, which has been developed by the KAIST professors, reviewed by the local professors, and now have been submitted to Commission for University Education for accreditation. And it is important, and I acknowledge the presence of the chair of the Commission for University Education. It is our sincere request that these documents are worked on faster so that we can have Kenya ICE running. Then we have the Kenya ICE strategic plan also developed. Then Dedan Kimathi was also tasked by MOE to assist Kenya ICE to get its legal status. And on 8th of July 2022, there was a legal notice that came out for Kenya ICE to be a constituent college of Dedan Kimathi. And a principal, or the chair needs a clap because she's here. Do you mind giving her a clap because at least they are moving forward? Okay, fine. So we had on 28th of July 2022, acting principal being appointed. And as it stands now, there is in the process, the MOE is in process of recruitment of Kenya ICE president, vice president, and key administrative staff. And MOE and DICUT have already worked on operationalization budget. And it is good our boss is here. Maybe more light will be shed on that. Then under the conclusion, the Kenya government plans to transform Kenya into a middle-income country under MTP3 of the Vision 2030 through promotion of ST&I for national economic growth. This reflects the high expectation from Kenya East and its role as a growth engine in the center of Konza Technopolis, and the success of Kenya East will serve as an example and best practice for other universities. Thank you.
Okay, she had promised 5 minutes, but we clap for her for those 2 presentations. So we welcome a few questions, but we are determined to finish by 5. So I request that Dr. Jemima Onsare, please come to the stage so that you can prepare for your presentation. Just hold on. And then we can have probably 5 questions. I can have one from the council member. We need the other microphone. I don't know who has it. Yes. Can you take it to that head?
Thank you very much. Professor Kioni, I can start?
Yes, please.
Very good. Now, I just have a comment or 2. One, I've had the privilege of working very near Korea, having been privileged to be your ambassador to China, the People's Republic of China. We work very close. Now, my Chinese experience is this, that unless you are an engineer, unless you are a science and technology expert, actually you cannot be president or premier of China. You cannot. Examples. I have Xi Jinping, the present president of China from 2013 to the present, graduated from Beijing's Tsinghua. Tsinghua is the Oxford Cambridge equivalent, with a degree in chemical engineering in 1979 and a PhD in law in 2002 from Tsinghua. When I was there, the president was, just around the time I was there was Hu Jintao, president of China from 2003 to 2013, graduated in hydroelectric engineering from Tsinghua in 65. Jiang Zemin is the man I presented my credentials to. Graduated from 1993 to 2003, graduated from Shanghai, Jiao Tong University in electrical engineering in 1947. Then I met their Premier Zhu Rongji. Zhu Rongji, Premier from 1998 to 2003 as a degree in electrical engineering from Tsinghua. And Wen Jiabao, I also met him as Premier, holds from 2003 to 2013, holds a BSc in structural geology in 1963 from the Beijing Institute of Geology. Now, it seems I've given you examples. If you are not an engineer, forget it. Because you just don't have the project, the big project experience to take the country forward. You just don't have the vision to take the country forward. Then there is the Chinese Academy of Sciences. I hope we have the Kenya Academy of Sciences, which, you know, had to work out the Three Gorges Dam on the Yangtze Kiang, the Yellow River, China Soro, and built the biggest hydroelectric dam in the world. For 15 years, the Chinese Academy of Sciences debated whether the project was feasible. The World Bank said, no, environmental impact is disastrous, you are not going to build it, we are not going to fund it. The Chinese said, keep your money, we are going to build it. But for 15 years, the debate was, the volume of water was so much that it might tilt the earth from its axis and throw it out of its orbit, which will bring the end of the world. For 15 years, they debated that, but then they agreed, no, it will not do that, we are going to build it. And they built
thank you. Can I thank you very much for the presentation?
Very quickly, it is equivalent to 15 nuclear power projects in terms of generation of electricity.
Okay.
The Chinese story is over. Just very quickly to the Korean story, when I was there. Very quickly.
Can we read the plenary now? You can come back after the presentation.
Okay. They are saying allow.
Okay, then quickly, but be to the point.
I did a little bit of work in anti-corruption. Our problem is this one. In Korea, there was one Dae-jung, whom you mentioned, one of the premiers. He was caught up in a corruption scandal after he left office. What he did, he lives near a cliff. He told his bodyguard, don't come with me this morning, I'm going for a walk. And what he did, he went up the cliff, threw himself down. That's what they do, because when you are involved in corruption, you lose face. When you lose face in China and in Southeast Korea, you commit suicide. You just jump from the next cliff or the highest building, and that's the end of it. What is our problem? Our problem, since the Ndegwa Commission 1971, we put civil servants to do business with the same government they work for. So there was conflict of interest for personal gain. Corruption definition, personal gain from public office. Personal gain. So we traded, we give ourselves contracts and tenders, and that was where the rain began to beat us. And what is my conclusion, Professor Kioni? Unless you address corruption, unless you separate business from public service, you are going nowhere. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. I think he's spoken for all of us. So can I ask Jemima, you make the presentation, then we go to the plenary. Okay, the chairman.
Mr. Chairman, really, I introduced myself a while ago, but let me just again reintroduce myself. I'm the chairperson of the National Research Fund. We've just been there about 2 months. And really, as I'm talking now, we do have a change of guard, and we have now in place, the new board is in place for the last 2.5 months. We do have now the new substantive CEO, Professor Dixon Andala, and I like really to congratulate and thank Dr. Jemima Gesare, who is going to present. Please give her a clap. She's been holding this fort for the last 6 years there, and she's now here with me. She will actually present to this sitting what has been done. Very quickly, 2 sentences, Chair, if you don't mind, really. Do you mind? After all, you are my dean, Bwana. Sasa, heshima, Bwana. We must finish at 5. Yeah. 3-4 statements. The current status, we have a pending bill of 800 million shillings that we have not honored. We have not reached the 2% that we actually should have had, much less than that. The need for the concerted efforts of the stakeholders, yourselves, ourselves, so that funding can be seen to come in and you get the funding, universities and research institutions. 3 is that we must showcase of the impact of the funding of the research that have been funded. TVETs have got the best of equipment. I think you guys should really find out what is going on in the TVETs. They have among the best equipment you can actually get to transform this country. We'll need your ideas. Anybody can apply. Everybody's easy to get. Do apply and give us some advice. With those notes that I just did about half a minute, let me allow then Jemima to proceed through. Please give her another clap as she comes through. Thank you so much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think it has been a long day for all of us, and therefore I'll not dwell much on the introduction, which has already been offered by the Chair. So I'll go straight to my slides, and basically I'll be taking you through the strategies we have as an institution for resource mobilization, in addition to what comes from Exchequer. So as we all know, the institution has been in place for the last 6 years. And of course, the initial idea came about because of the needs that were prevailing at that time. Low investment in R&D and coordinated research. Of course, the role of research in the overall socio-economic development, and the aspect of capacity building. So the objective of the organization is, we know that NRF is expected to mobilize resources, allocate those resources to facilitate an effective national innovation system for the overall socio-economic development. And at the moment, as a country, we are at 0.8% of the GDP, which is way below what the Act provides. That is the 2% GDP that is being highlighted all over. And with that regard, we still have a long way to go so as to meet this requirement. The next slide is the funding status from the time NRF was initiated. We had in paper 3 billion Kenyan shillings, that is year 2016-2017, but what was actually released was 440 million Kenyan shillings. Then in 18-19, we happened to have gotten the highest amount from Exchequer, that is 1.8 billion. And that money went to clearing of the pending bills that we had initiated in year one. Then, as you can see, 2020 onwards to date, the budget has gone down to 323 million Kenyan shillings, and this is attributed to so many factors, including the COVID-19. Now, as an institution, I think when we compare where we are as a country and what other countries are doing, the developed countries, how much they are allocating to their R&D, you can see Australia, the government of Australia provides up to 25 GDP to research. Likewise to the United States, it's about 10% of their GDP, all the way to Slovakia, that is about 2% of the GDP. So this is an indication that these developed countries have taken research as one of the key catalysts to their development, and therefore as a country we cannot run away from the fact that research is key and it should be considered as one of the priorities. And therefore, however lean the institution is, which has been attributed to various factors, we have a resource mobilization strategy in place. We have been implementing it in a small way. And I believe that now that we have a fully constituted board, we have a substantive CEO in place, the number one focus should be to strengthen the institution so that we may have structures that will be able to realize the ultimate goals for the various strategies that have been highlighted in the document. So one of the strategies there is the enhancement of bilateral and multilateral programs. This is one of the programs that can really enhance research funding in the country. It can be either through grants or through co-funding approach. And currently the programs we are running, we have either entered into those programs through joint funding, or in some cases, we bidded for the calls and we were awarded grants. We have a few examples that are running at the moment. The other strategy that has been defined in that document is the crowdfunding, or use of philanthropy. And in this case, it's about encouraging Kenyan citizens who have funds, or anyone from wherever who has funds, he feels like he can invest those funds into research with an expectation of getting returns after some time. And these funds will be deployed to the research projects that show viability to growth. And in this case, I think there are good examples where it has worked, and I think it can also work for us. The other bit is a promotion of public-private partnership. There's an initiative that has been initiated by the PS, who has established a committee which is chaired by our able Vice Chancellor, Professor Kioni, to promote academia industry linkage, which is very key in ensuring that whatever research that is done at our universities and research institutions is able to find its way into commercialization and hence spin-offs and finally industries and products into the market. Then of course the aspect of commitment by the government, this one we really have to find ways of convincing our incoming government so that whatever budget that is provided at the moment can be enhanced, simply because all these programs that we are talking about here, they require funding, and seed funding is a must for the success of these strategies. Even for the bilateral programs, there's a requirement of commitments from the country. The next slide. Now, the other strategy is under investment. And for that, the proposal that is given is through investment in mega research infrastructure. An instance of the 19 research projects that have been funded by NRF, the expectation is that the institutions, the beneficiary institutions, are expected to make use of those infrastructure through consultancies so that you can raise additional funding for research and even sustainability of those projects. And then there is also the aspect of venture capital that there are various activities that have been identified. One is the internal income generation through various means. Then we have the investment in real estate, and this can happen once we have reached the 2% GDP, so that the extra money can be invested further to become a revolving fund. Now, of interest to mention about, this is work that is in progress and we should be soon, it should be rolled out soon, is the initiation of the research loans scheme. This is an initiative that tends to focus on funding of the firms that are research and development oriented. And the intention here is to work with the financial institutions to actually provide soft loans to firms that are pursuing research-based programs, with an expectation of paying back the loans with interest that will be plowed back and becomes a revolving fund. And of course, investment in research infrastructure funding models like the contract research organizations, and of course university industry research centers, whereby universities collaboratively invest on research centers with the industries, so that the academia can be doing work for the industry in doing research for the for products that can be taken up by the various industries. In conclusion, I would say that seed funding and consistent flow of exchequer is a must for the success of research, or to realize the impact of research in this country. And we also have some policies that become a hindrance in external resource mobilization. This should also be reviewed or exempted for at least research-based projects. Absorption of funds by the beneficiaries is also something that also need to be looked into, because this has been one of the factors that has been affecting the aspect of exchequer determination on what comes in, because when they look at the bank balances, if they find there is some money that is held there because we cannot disperse since whatever that has already been released hasn't been spent fully, then it becomes a problem for further funding. And of course, there is need to showcase the kind of investment that has already been put in place. And this is what has really been affecting us so much, because the question that Treasury usually poses to us is that we have given you about 5 billion Kenyan shillings. Can you show us what you have done with this money? So it is upon all of us to ensure that we have made efforts to showcase whatever impact or output that has come out of the projects that have been funded to our institutions. Thank you, Chair. I think I wish to stop here.
Yeah. Yeah, we just a few minutes to 5. So I thank the presenters. And I thank Jemima for presenting on this issue of the 2%. The whole idea of having this presentation, this session, is to establish or work out strategies to help the sector achieve the 2%. So I would like to ask, as we open for the plenary, we can have comments that point to strategies or ways in which we can build on what has been presented here by Jemima Onsare, and there are the 2 or 3 last slides that talk of the strategy. So we need to figure out how we can enhance that, so that as we discuss tomorrow the way forward, then we'll be talking of what has been presented there and enhancement of that. So we can take the first 5 questions or so. So I see one from that head and from Onshora. The mic, please. Whoever is managing the other mic, you take the back. Then we come to Procedure here, then Professor Gudu and Professor Shasha.
Thank you. I just want to commend our presenters for very good information. However, I think what Dr. Ansari has just said here has struck me, because since 2016 to date, even now, I've been going in and out because the government, KRA, right now I'm being told there are things they cannot clear unless we pay tax. As I'm sitting here, and these are donations, laboratory equipments donated, books donated, scientific equipments donated. We are young institutions. I've worked in all departments and officers in the National Treasury, even in our ministry. I want to tell you the most frustrating thing for industry-university linkage and for science and technology and for support is this idea that we must pay tax. Yes, it's a good thing. But think about this scenario. Somebody has given you equipment. You don't have the budget. You know the university budget. Now when that thing comes, the tax is actually more than even the new thing if you buy. So I think what she has said is a very important way forward. How do we get a policy framework that can allow institutions of learning? Because even our partners in research, Some are very frustrated because they can't come here to do research and come with the research equipment without paying duty. And therefore, I think to me that's something which is very, very critical. Finally, I think science and technology is important. But I want to tell you, and this I would tell my colleagues who are doing engineering to see, are you people aware that the technical training institutes in this country are better equipped than engineering departments in the universities? In fact, there are even universities I know who are taking their students for attachment and practicals in TTIs. Thank you.
Thank you. Mbosia? Yes?
Next is?
And can you be brief so I can cover more questions?
Thank you. I'll be very brief. My question is, or my comment is that I think what is the impact of this funding in terms of impact on the economy, in terms of creating wealth through spin-off companies? How many companies that have come out of this funding in universities, and if they have not been, that has not been addressed, is it something that we start now thinking about so that it becomes part of the university way of getting them out of these financial constraints? Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Goodwill here.
Thank you very much. Nice presentations. My question to Roslida, Dr. Roslida, on Kenya East. I'm not sure whether I got something right or probably I didn't get it right in terms of, have Kenyans debated and agreed on the output of Kenya East? Like, what are they, where are they starting? Are they starting like Nyayo started Nyayo car number 1 or whatever it was, or are we starting from what? Have Kenya debated that and we have agreed? Because this is a fantastic idea to have Kenya East, but where are we starting? Or someone or two people have sat in a corner somewhere and have decided where the Kenya East is starting? Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Shasha at the back.
Thank you very much. Let me also join my colleagues in thanking and congratulating the presenters for wonderful presentations. I'll be brief. I'm a chemist, so chemists are normally brief. One, the core business of any university, nationally, internationally, is teaching, research. The third part, you can say community service, etc. So research really is very important. It's our core business. I've been having this, wanted to make this comment, allow me to make it now. Really, we can attract a lot of money from research grants. The VC, Kisi University said that let us not operate in silos. What do we mean? Me, I normally say that we academicians are selfish to ourselves. Why am I saying so? I'll hands on that one. What do I mean? Even if I'm a chemist, we have chemists at other universities, but I don't know what my colleagues in other universities are doing in terms of research, etc. Why can't we come together, open to each other, and come together and develop proposals, joint proposals for funding? If it were not a requirement of, say, NRF and other funding agencies, we used to operate in silos, but now the requirement is we must have come together and develop joint proposals. I encourage my fellow researchers that let us come together and develop joint proposals. Of course, they emphasize multidisciplinary, multi-institutional, and then you can have a third component. Why can't we come together, form consortiums and develop fundable proposals, solicited and unsolicited, in areas like agriculture, health, and environment, and of course, and the ICT. 2, recognition of outstanding researchers. We have outstanding researchers. They have done a good job, but people, we don't know. We don't recognize them. It is on this note that LREB, which stands for Lake Region Economic Bloc, in the first meeting in Bomet County, said that a lot of research goes on in the universities, but we don't know what they do. The outputs, nobody knows. So they came together, the EBS, ETC. Let us also have our researchers recognized on those days.
Thank you, Professor.
Second last, about seed money for training our young researchers. It is very important, especially postgraduate students. If they get funding, they finish or complete their programs within the stipulated time. Go 3 years for master, 2 years for masters, 4 years for PhD, they complete. But if they don't get that one, they come, do coursework like the teachers, then they go away. Then we can't, we don't use like those ones.
Okay, thank you.
What was the last one? Okay, the last one is...
the last one.
The last one is from Bosire. Thank you so much. You went to the University of Ottawa. One time I went to Canada. I asked me, where are you from? I said, Ottawa. They said, what? Ottawa. I said, capital of Canada. Oh, Ottawa. So thank you so much. From 1984 to 1989, I was a PhD student. It was Ottawa. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So the last question, Professor, come up. Please be brief. Be very brief.
Yeah, the Secretariat was saying that that we are making noise here, some of us, that they are not getting what we are saying. I want to make a comment on the issue of the Kenyan diaspora. And I think we have not looked at it very critically in this conference. I'm happy that the government of Ruto has said that it's going to create a Ministry of Diaspora. If you are aware, Professor Kione, is that without any policy managing the diaspora issues, the diaspora people now, they are the money they bring to our country probably is now the highest, foreign exchange earner in our country. But more importantly, Professor Kione, is that we have got Kenyans who are top of the notch scholars, academicians, professionals, and some of them have got a lot of money. You go, for instance, you go to Silicon Valley, you find that they are some of the best IT experts. In fact, they are from Kenya. You go to the University of Minnesota, you find top of the notch Kenyan, So what I'm saying here is that we need to look at the possibility, we as universities, also of influencing policy and also influencing our government, so that we follow. This guy was the ambassador, Your Excellency. You were in China, you were also in South Korea. By the way, China developed by encouraging its diaspora. The best brains were encouraged to go back in China, and they are the people who transformed China within a very short time. The same happens with South Korea. The founder of this institute, you were saying, is somebody who was trained in America. He was encouraged to come back home, and you can see the role he played in transforming the country. So let us see how we can tap our diaspora in terms of giving us expertise, in terms of also giving us resources and working with the universities. And then finally, so that diaspora thing needs to be really be labored on very seriously, and it's a very important factor. Finally, talking about Korea, that's the last thing I'm making here. We have talked about Korea and the technology and all that, but we have forgotten one factor about the Korea. I've been there more than once. Good, you have been there in Korea. There was a very simple concept of what they have throughout their education system, what they call mind education. It is very simple, but it works very well. Mind education here is that apart from training those young people, those technical skills professionals, they also train them on how to be, how to change their minds, on how to have good character, on how they have got to think positively. And because of that, you go to Korea. Because of their mind education and character formation, Korea, by the way, you go to the city of Busan with 5 million people. There's no single policeman on the streets. not a single policeman, and there's no crime in the city of Busan of 5 million people. So we also need to think about where we have got our gaps. We train our kids, skills, and we don't try to look at the issues of the character. And at the end of it, we end up training more criminals, more fraudsters, and all that.
Thank you.
We have got to look at it. It appears to be very simple, but
point taken.
It's very critical, by the way.
Yeah,
so that we are able
take
to
the
move
point.
forward.
Yeah.
Thank
you very much. Yeah. These are very good contributions. And as I said before, the idea is to get as many contributions as possible. It's not to convince ourselves, but to work out strategies on how we can be able to work with the government, to work with others as is being proposed, so that we can actually realize that 2% or of the funding to research, or how we can increase the funding to research anyway in some other ways. So I'll ask Dr. Jemima to respond together with Dr. Rusrida very quickly.
Thank you, Prof. And I think there isn't much to respond on, but I take whatever that has been raised as positive comments that needs to go into the final resolutions for this meeting. The issue that was raised about the tax waiver for research-related projects, that is a valid point, and at NRF we have been receiving requests for support of such kind of costs, which becomes quite difficult because our budget is program-based. So many a times we have turned down many requests as such. And I think this is something that needs to go into the cabinet memo, and that exemption is given. And of course, in law it is provided. The PFM Act, I think there's a clause that gives provision for waiver of tax for research and training related aspects. I'm not so sure why Treasury has been has not been taking into consideration on this aspect, but it's something which can be followed up from the high level. Then the impact of funding, that is key, Prof. This is well taken care of. I think as NRF, one of the priority that needs to be taken into consideration is to report back to what the money that has been issued from inception till now has done. And we have started in a small way. We've done some documentaries of some projects that have shown viability for growth. And I think as we close out on some programs, we will develop more of such documentaries which can be shared with the offices that matter. Then I think what Professor Chacha raised, issues of silo mentality, that one, it is an issue that has been looked into. NRF programs, we don't encourage the silo aspect, but we encourage people to work together, and that is the reason we have lately embraced on the consortium approach, because we realized that there was a lot of duplication of efforts, and that posed a challenge on the meager resources we have. And we have seen that work very well, and I think it's a good and valid point. Professor Kama, making use of the diaspora, it's a very valid point, and I think it's something that we need to follow up. We already have links to the Diaspora Association, and we have had engagements here and there are some programs that we are expected to initiate and work together, especially on matters of indigenous knowledge and other areas that we are under discussion. So that is an area we can tap into as a country and do a lot based on the experiences that our Kenyans have had from out there and the opportunities which are available. So I'll pass on the mic to...
Can I say something, Prof? Later. Oh, sorry.
Okay, thank you, Professor Gudu, for the question. I hope it was a comment because in the presentation I say that there is a MOU between the government of Kenya and that of Korea, and it is that MOU that is guiding the implementation of operationalization of Kenya East. I know it leaves a question in the minds even of the participants that why didn't Kimathi University? Actually, this is due to the fact that they are also a technology-based institution, and they are just there for a short while. And also in my presentation, it was so clear that now the president is going to be sourced. And the qualifications of the president is that the president must be an engineer and somebody with international experience. So in the room here, I know that we have such qualification, and at the same time, the salaries of the faculty in Kenya East will be double what is at the University of Nairobi. So if the professor at the University of Nairobi is earning 250 as basic, then the basic for the president of Kenya East will be 500. I think that is what I can say on that. And maybe just to take this opportunity, I used to be a teacher once, and when I get an opportunity, I normally make use of it. I wish to congratulate Professor Atemo for the appointment as the chair of NRF. Can we give him a clap? And as we clap for him, he is inheriting a dying horse. So he needs to work very hard and ensure that the mandate of NRF is realized. The 2% that is in ST&I Act 2013, it is not about the exchequer. It is about resource mobilization from elsewhere. So, Professor, you have a task before you. Karibu.
She's, can I? Oh, no, no, oh,
okay. I just want, Professor Misheka has played many roles in this country, and he was my vice chancellor at some stage, and we've been told he's the new chairman. So you can make some comments. So I just wanted to introduce you as part of the support of that. Then, yeah.
Would you allow me really to do just a joke? Could I ask all those vice chancellors and deputies that we have worked with to please stand up? All of you in here. All of you and chairs, everybody that Micheka has had a hand in all over the Republic of Kenya. Deputies Kina Kaberia. You see, colleagues, I'm actually saying one thing. Mentorship in this country is of great importance. So whenever I got these colleagues in their places, they say, Agong says, Micheka bwana kuja nieleze vile tulikuwa tunaendeshana. That is a surpassing note, just a commercial. But let me say this. Really, brothers and sisters, this is the new government already in place. You do know just as much as I do. Whatever you do now here goes down in record, and you strike the nail very hard and quickly, there shall be some results. Don't think we are just sitting here thinking small. Ministers shall be appointed, PSS will be appointed, other persons shall be appointed. Let us take this advantage. I do know really, I'm in your shoes, I used to be in your shoes, and I know what hurts universities. Your cries are completely the same. Nobody is saying good about funding. From Professor Kama to Gudu to my brother Ajab, every one of you has got issues that are mammoth. In fact, nobody here seems satisfied, including my brother here, Shibairu. I don't know where he went. Strike the nail, get an excellent communique tomorrow, let that communique reach the highest of the highest, and do me a favor, solicit. Do what is called soliciting, networking. You know, I used to be in UN when I was in NEMA, Direct General NEMA, and we used to solicit either in Italy, Berlin, New York, like the meeting they have UNGA today. Kulundu Kuntigo, I would stay in for the Kenya government, and I would solicit. There was a time they wanted to remove UNEP. You said it here, my brother, from Nairobi. I had to argue slowly and say this, and I'll say this frank, that UNEP, if you want land, take that KTTC thing. I told them that instead of taking the whole place out, take that TTC next door to allow that stay. Debates went on. They kept quiet for a while. Then said, community, Nairobi came in, and we were arguing in a very small place in the night, 4 hours, 4 o'clock in the morning. So what am I saying? Do what is called soliciting. Soliciting, networking to your MPs, MCAs even, members of parliament, including senators. I thank you and wish you well. Wish me well. We'll actually deal with Chacha Sarma. He's gone. You are the persons making mistakes. If you want to be honored and you have done some surgery, Twinnis Yamis surgery, go to the ministry. Bainado is here. Argue that I, Chacha Sarma of ABCD, have done ABCD. I would like to get an EBS. You keep quiet, nobody shall remember you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we could have done with more time, but time is always a problem, so we have to come to the end of the session. And even as I asked the chairman, our chairman, to come over and tell us the way forward for this evening and tomorrow, I can make just 1 minute, two comments. One is about the Kenya East. Dr. Rosida has made a presentation, and also Professor Pong has also made a presentation. And there is a question that was asked by Professor Gudu. I think it's important to know that this is a project that has been in the works for close to 9 years. And there's a very comprehensive, there are not one, but there have been very comprehensive studies and very comprehensive planning. So I'm involved in that because you are mentoring the institution. But what I would like to share with colleagues here is that a lot of the recommendations that have been made in the process of developing those feasibility studies will also apply to us. Things like the 10-year track you're talking about, they are there. And when Kenya East is actually established, it will already incorporate the issues we've talked about. Issues of earning revenue from IP is one of the performance indicators, and is also going to govern the operation of Kenya East. The issues of grants, we talked about it. Somebody has mentioned the seed fund. The professors will only get a seed fund, and then they have to actually raise money for their work through grants. The issues of the student-staff ratio, for example, the professors who will be recruited will only have 4 research students, and they will be expected to work from morning to evening throughout with them in the labs as part of the way the institution is actually designed. So my recommendation is that even as Kenya East is establishing CONSA, there is a lot that we can learn from the work that has been done, and it can help us move quickly in achieving the kind of changes we want to achieve in our individual universities. And I think in the MOU, there is already a provision that Kenya East is not just to work on its own, but is also to help the other universities really improve on the quality, on the performance, and their contribution to transformation of the country. So there is that agenda also that is a part of the establishment. So I thought it's important that we know that. So with those remarks, can we once again thank the chairman and of NRF, and to tell him he's very welcome, and we're happy to see that you have that responsibility. And also Jemima Onsare for making the presentation, and she has worked with us for 6 years. So I think there is one new CEO, Professor Andara, and of course Dr. Rosida. Let's clap for them for their presentation. With those remarks, I call upon Professor Muluvi to give us a way forward.
Clap for Kioni here, really here. My bad, thank you, thank you, thank you.
So tomorrow we start at 8:30 in the morning. 8:30 sharp we will start. The PS, Ministry of ICT will be making a presentation. And it's very important we are there to listen. Remember, we wrote to the head of public service requesting for internet to be provided for free to all the universities. And I understand maybe tomorrow we will get a response on that. So you make a presentation at 8:30. We will bring his presentation forward to 8:30. It was scheduled to be at 9 because Professor Uma has requested to make a presentation at 11. And then the PS National Treasury presentation has requested to make a presentation at 12 noon. So we have to bring the presentations forward. The ones which were to start from 9, they will now start at 8:30. So I thought that is important. We take note of that. And finally, we have a cocktail this evening starting from 7. I'm told it is near the beach, so you'll be able to walk to the beach and you'll see where they have organized a cocktail for us starting at 7 p.m. I think that is the end. We thank all of you for the patience. It has been a long day, but then we meet tomorrow morning. Thank you.